You're listening to the awesome sounds of the piano playing of none other than Mr. Nicholas Console, the fantastic pianist from New York City, who I'm very honored to call a friend. And he sometimes does his own and interesting interpretations of movie soundtrack themes for us here and for the show. And this week, this one, if people can't tell yet, is an exploration of some of the themes from the movie series Phantasm. And why are we playing this, you ask? Well, this is to usher in the After Movie Diner Phantasm special. And boy, have we got a show for you. Enjoy. Boy! Hello. Yes, it is the After Movie Diner Phantasm special, as I just said. And sorry about the departure from the normal beginning of the show. Normally we have a theme song and sometimes some comedy and some other stuff like that. Well, I call it comedy. Some other people on iTunes have begged to differ. However, this week is a special. It's a one-off show where we discuss everything that we know and everything that we feel about the Phantasm series with the awesome and wonderful Jamie Jenkins, who podcast listeners will know is a fantastic fount of knowledge and opinion about the horror genre. So who better to be on our show today? And we also present an incredibly exclusive and wonderful interview with none other than Reggie himself, Mr. Reggie Bannister, who goes into his experiences and memories of the first 4 films, as well as a few sneak peeks about the upcoming 5th film, RaVager, which is, just incredible. And I know you're going to want to listen to that. And I know you're going to want to hear all about that if you're a Phantasm fan. And if you're listening to this, I presume you are. So before we go straight to the Bannister interview, I just want to let people know who might be listening to this for the first time. And I understand this is going to be put on some Phantasm sites and stuff like that. So you might be the first-time listeners and you might say, well, this was great, but, have we got any other interviews, any other horror episodes, any other episodes that might appeal to us? And just to let you know, I have interviewed people like Barbara Crampton and Jim Wynorski and Bill Lustig and Robert Davi from the Maniac Cop series and things like that. So please do take a look on iTunes, Stitcher, or TalkShoe, where you can find the show. And scroll back, have a look through, and there are plenty of interview and special one-off episodes for people to enjoy. So if you're into the horror genre specifically, there are those shows. But there are also interviews with action stars and drama actors and independent film directors and all sorts of stuff, as well as regular shows where we just review films and have fun with films and do all sorts of stuff. So please do scroll through and have a look at our other episodes that are on offer. Also, I would urge regular listeners or people who have heard the show before, as I have been doing all month, to rate and review us. Now, if you don't have time to write a review, even if it's just a one-word review, we completely understand. But did you know that you can go to iTunes, Stitcher, or TalkShoe, and just with a click of the mouse, give us a star rating? And that star rating helps us no end. A review is better, of course, because obviously it gives a prospective listener something to actually read and an opinion, but a star rating does help push us up through the rankings. So please, if you're a regular listener or if you're a first-time listener and you really enjoyed the show, go to iTunes, Stitcher, or TalkShoe, type in After Movie Diner, and give us a star rating. It's as quick as a click of a mouse.
Not getting the coverage of TV horror from the other podcasts out there? Then look no further than Evil Episodes Podcast, where we'll give you the in-depth coverage of all the best and the worst that the small screen has to offer.
Oh my God, you're hearing just about the big screen? Listen to the small screen here on Evil Episodes. Mike, Corey, and Jamie. Man, we're going to make things weird for you and just bring to you everything that you don't hear about that you should be watching on TV. Wow.
Jamie, give us some examples.
Well, how about we talk about new stuff like American Horror Story or The Walking Dead or this season's Sleepy Hollow. But then not only that, we dig into old stuff like Tales from the Dark Side and Supernatural.
Holy moly.
That sounds like a fun fucking podcast to me.
You bet your sweet ass it does.
And Jamie, where's the only podcast where they can hear about all that stuff?
Well, it's Evil Episodes, of course.
That's right, so set your DVR to channel 666 and let Evil Episodes give you the in-depth coverage of the stuff that deserves to be but isn't talked about elsewhere. Evil Episodes is a proud member of the Horror Theater Podcasting Network.
Hi, I'm Steven Seagal. That's right, Steven Seagal. And for the past 40 years, in between barbecuing oxen and roasting boar for my insatiable appetite, I never miss an episode of Dr.Action and the Kick Ass Kid Commentaries. Ain't that right, Johnny?
Hi, I'm Dr.Action.
Hi, and I'm the Kick Ass Kid.
When I'm not watching action films, I'm usually polishing my gun while looking at a bat.
And when I'm not watching action films, I'm normally outside with a harpoon killing puppies.
But usually you can find us both watching 80s and 90s action films. You could follow us on Twitter, Dr.Action Kickass.
You can find us on our main page, which is dractionkickass.blogspot.com.
You can also find us on iTunes and TalkShoe.
Yes, every week we do a commentary on an 80s and 90s action classic, and where we can, we also provide the film so that you can watch along with it.
This podcast explodes.
Hey, where's that baby mama at? I gotta tase somebody.
Listen to The Obsessive Viewer, a weekly topic-driven movie and TV podcast featuring three guys who love watching stuff.
Who, every time Jasper came on screen, she would go,
"Oh, Jasper." It's a reality show called Tanked.
Tanked?
Tanked.
So we're going to start all the podcasts with a talk about my dog?
Yeah, totally.
Every opinion I have of you just changed.
I know.
Find us on iTunes, Stitcher Radio, and at obsessiveviewer.com.
Okay, so I really do hope that you support and listen to those podcasts and any podcasts in the independent podcasting community. I know that there are famous podcasts out there that everyone loves, and that's absolutely fine, but check out some of the independent ones. There's some really great shows out there and some people doing some really interesting work. And why not? They're completely and utterly free, and you'd be listening to media that is independently created as opposed to media that is, you know, created by one of the top 5 media companies. Who needs that, right? Independence all the way, man. Independence all the way. Okay, and talking about a guy who is absolutely independently spirited, independently minded, creative to a fault. He's a musician, he's a producer, he's a writer, he's an actor. He is an icon of horror and independent cinema. He is the one and only Reggie Bannister, here in the After Movie Diner. Hi, Reggie.
Is this John?
It is. John from the After Movie Diner. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm doing well. How about you?
Oh, great, sir. Great. Thank you so much for having some time to do this with us today. This is just perfect and fantastic for our listeners and myself.
Well, thanks for having me. I enjoy talking about what's going on, and anybody that's met me at a show knows I'm a talker.
Yeah, good. Well, that's excellent. So, I've got some questions about Phantasm, your work with Don, and then I'd obviously like to get on to what you're doing now. You've got your production company and music and so on as well. So we'll talk about all of it if we've got the time. So just first up, your first film with Don Coscarelli, Jim the World's Greatest. How did you and Don meet?
Well, it was really kind of interesting because I had gone back to college after I was in the Army. I had got drafted and went to Vietnam and all that, and so when I came back from there, I decided to take some theater classes at a junior college called Long Beach City College, which was where I was born and grew up. And anyway, long story short, I immersed myself in theater, and we were doing. I was doing, I don't know, like different plays. I would be working on one that was going to be coming up for the stage, and then I was doing something at the same time on the stage. So like I said, I was really immersed. Don and just happened to be at one of the plays I was doing. He showed up just to see it, and because I guess he heard it was good. And so after the play, actually it was they had seen it on Saturday night, and then Sunday morning I got a call, and they wanted me to do a part in Jim the World's Greatest, just a small part, and I think they actually kind of wrote it for me after they saw me do my thing.
Nice.
And so that's how it started. And I said, well, are you gonna give me lunch?
The important questions first.
Yeah, again, and that because I had done a lot of student film, and sometimes you wouldn't get lunch.
Yeah.
And they'd have you jumping over fences and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And so, he said, we'll give you lunch, and we're going to come and pick you up as well. I said, oh, that's really cool. So that's how we got hooked up.
Yeah, and obviously you did your first few movies with Don, so it obviously worked out, and you're still working with him today. So were you playing music at the time?
Oh, yeah. I've been, when I was a little kid, actually, I was singing. I've sang my whole life, and then I picked up guitar when I was about 15, I think, in that range, 15, 16, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe a little earlier, I'm not sure, but and then I just really, actually, it was probably about 16 because I really loved, guitar. I loved folk music, and I wanted to play in the folk clubs and stuff, and they were all happening at that time. And then when I was a little older, I heard Jimi Hendrix and saw him play, and I thought, well, man, you can't be just like going chunka on this thing. you gotta get your shit together,
Sure.
and really play the guitar. And so I really put a lot of time into the guitar, and then that really helped my songwriting ability as well. And so I've been playing for a long time. So it was fun to combine, my acting with the music.
Yeah.
And Don gave me that opportunity.
Yeah. I was going to ask how you thought at that early stage how your music, either in writing or in the performing of it, helped inform your acting. Do you think it did, or not?
I think that creativity is just simply creativity, and whether it manifests for you as an artist, your painter, or designer, or theatrically, on stage or in film, or I think it's all the same, man. It's just. I don't know. I love it. It's like when you're able to come to life.
Yeah.
For everybody, not, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a gift, and you just give it, and it's fun to give, and it's fun to have it.
Oh yeah, no man, I couldn't agree more. So Phantasm was your third film in a row with Don. At this point, were you only interested in working with him as an actor, or obviously you're doing the stage stuff, but I mean in film?
No, it was sort of a happy circumstance, really. Don and I got along really well, and it made the whole experience, really special. The acting experience. At the same time, I'll just say it. I'm an opportunist.
Yeah.
I mean, and when I say that, I mean, everybody has opportunities, and they, sometimes they smack them right in the face and they don't recognize them. I was never like that. I was always very sensitive to opportunity and applying myself to that opportunity or opportunities, and it was just a kind of a crazy thing that Don and I just kind of connected. And I had been, I had already, musically, I had been, when I was just young, and just after I picked up the guitar and started playing, I was in a group called the Greenwood County Singers. And I tried out for it, and I made the cut. And it was when, the larger groups were around, Mamas and Papas and stuff like that, and large folk groups, and this was a large folk group. It was about 6 or I think at one point there was 8 of us, and I had been in the Young Americans, which was a large group of kids, teenagers, and then this opportunity came up. I auditioned for the Greenwood County Singers, and we immediately got a record deal. And we immediately started doing stuff, TV stuff and like that. Hollywood Palace, I don't know if you ever remember that, but it was a big, we did that with George Burns, and
nice.
I worked with Bing Crosby. Before I worked with George Burns, we did a Bing Crosby special. The Young Americans did, and so I was pretty much into my music by the time I met Don. But again, there was all this kind of breaky stuff like the Vietnam War, which was kind of a bad break. But you can never count anything as a bad break after you get through it, and things set up just the way they are, And so I got drafted. Right out of the Greenwood County Singers. As a matter of fact, I was playing Harrah's Club in Lake Tahoe when I got my draft notice.
Oh wow!
My parents brought it up and said, "Oh, honey, we're so sorry."
Oh, geez, that must have been terrible.
You got, and I had 2 weeks from the point from that point to go and turn myself in, basically.
Yeah.
And then a year or so of training, and I was a radio operator, actually a teletype operator, and then went to Vietnam for a year. I came back out of that, and wanted to go back to college and again, and then that's how when I met Don.
Yeah.
So it was kind of it's been kind of an interesting trip.
And yeah, it's fascinating, man, really fascinating. So what was your initial reaction then when Don came to you with sort of the weird and wonderful idea that is Phantasm?
I came back with weirder ideas.
Okay.
and again, that's been the fun of the creative experience with Don. Because he listens and he goes, wow, that would be really cool if we did this, or and then we listen to each other, and so it's a real kind of a partnership. Again, I kind of relate back to people that I played music with. If you play music with someone, you have to really, you listen to each other. Hey, how would this lick be? Hey, what would you think about this? Or and then you when you play together and you're practicing and stuff together, you actually create it so that it's both of your ideas. If it's you and somebody else, and everybody's happy then. Or if you're in a larger group, like I was talking about the Greenwoods or the Young Americans or whatever, if it turns everybody on, then that's what you want to do.
Sure.
So, and it's the same way with film, really.
Yeah, and assembling that, that now iconic cast, Bill and Mike and Angus and yourself and Kathy and so on. What was that like? What was working with them like, and how involved were you in sort of putting together that cast? And
yeah, well, it's really kind of the same way, John. It's like you're creating this thing together,
Sure.
and Angus is, he's fantastic.
Yeah.
I remember, I think it was Phantasm 4,
right.
And we were working in this mausoleum that I had turned Don onto as a location in Phantasm 3.
Right.
So same mausoleum in both movies, and Angus was in. He has to stay in character and stuff. He's a real. Once he gets to the set and he's in his makeup and everything and he's ready to rock, he becomes the tall man. Yeah.
It's got to be scary to be around, right?
Well, dig it. It's like there was this one little area. It was like a small room where they had. It was like where they had the cremated remains of people in these little. I don't know if you've ever seen them in a mausoleum, but they're like small crypts, and and in this case they had glass windows on it's like a door that closes with a glass window, and you put the ashes in there. So there's this small room, probably 10 by 10,
yeah, or
12 by 12 maybe, and he had gotten a chair in there, and he was sitting there, just being the tall man, waiting for his call to go on screen, to go in front of the camera. And I accidentally just walked in, wandering around, waiting for my shots to come up.
Sure.
And I turned the corner, walked in the room, and he was sitting there being him, or being the tall man. And I'll tell you, dude, it was scary.
Yeah, I bet.
It was scary because I'm like, I just turned the corner, there he was, and he was, being him.
Yeah.
So yeah, the shoots are a lot of fun. The Phantasm shoots are a lot of fun for so many reasons, because we're all really good friends now. Michael and Angus and myself and Bill Thornberry, who plays Jody.
Sure.
And whenever we can get into that together, we just love it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, one of the first scenes where your character really kind of makes a splash is the now famous sitting here at midnight scene with Bill, you guys playing that song together. Two questions on that, man. Firstly, the "Hot as Love" line, was that your line?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
That was mine, but I have to give somebody else credit. I played with a bass player. Well, back when we first started the Phantasm series, I was playing with a couple of guys that were really, really incredible players. And my bass player, Dave, we'd get done rehearsing something, and he'd just go, we're hot as love.
It's a great line, man. It's a great line.
It's a great line. And so when after we finished that jam on the porch in Phantasm, I just had to say it.
Sure.
And it worked so well, and then I just casually do the tuning fork and boom on the on the guitar, and so But that line came from an old friend of mine named Dave Sechrist. Yeah.
And did he see the film? Did he get the reference?
He did get to see the film,
nice.
And which I'm grateful for, and he was able to see everything through what we've done, but he did pass away last year.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So, yay, Dave.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm glad he got to see you, give him props in the movie. So, the second question on that scene was you lay down some great riffs on the movie version of the song. It really amps the song up. And although I think it's a lovely song, and I do like Bill's finished version, I always miss your guitar bits. Was there ever talk of like recording a movie version with you and Bill doing, or were you ever thinking of doing that maybe for a reunion or something like that?
No, we haven't really. Well, actually, we've thought about doing it in a reunion situation. We have, and I'm trying to think if we ever did. I know Bill and I have turned up at a couple of conventions together. And I'm thinking that maybe there was one in New Jersey that we got to actually get up and do that. But it's been a while, and I couldn't say for sure. But it was a fun thing, and we put that together in like just a few minutes, something like a half an hour.
Yeah.
He just they wanted us to play and stuff, and on the porch and I just kind of came up with it, this idea, and then Bill came up with some ideas, and we just did it. So that was a real jam.
Yeah, well, it's great, man. I love the licks you put on top of the song. So in Phantasm 2, your character sort of really comes into his own, and you become the mostly reluctant hero of the series. What was that change like for you as an actor?
It was logical. When I read the script, I went, oh yeah, sure, this is where he's going, because he when all his friends are being jacked around with, and being held captive and all that, and being killed, people around him, and he's that kind of guy. That was a logical place for him to go. Yeah. Because now he's in that Phantasm world, and that Phantasm world is not like any other world. He gets introduced to it in the first picture, and then he begins. He has to be alive in it, and this is exactly the way he'd go. He'd build a badass weapon, and have a couple of others to back it up. And he would go after this dude. Yeah, it just seemed logical,
Yeah, and you, as an actor, all the action, the one-liners, the attempts to get the girls, all that kind of stuff. Do you love playing in that role? Is that something you thrive on and enjoy?
Yeah, I do, because once again, and I've said this before, he's every man's man, and he's just the best friend you ever had, because he doesn't give up on you, and he'll do whatever it takes to make sure his friends are okay and he's okay, and he's really such a terrific hero.
Yeah.
And heroic character, so yeah, sure, I love it.
Well, I like that he's one of the few sort of screen heroes that aren't afraid to both stand up to the bad guys, but also know when to get the hell out of the situation. You know what I mean? He knows both. It's great.
Yeah, he's no fool.
Yeah. And again, a big collaboration with Don in terms of sort of those one-liners and those iconic kind of Reggie moments. Is that a big collaboration, or does Don put a lot of those in the script for you? Well,
Don has always had a feel for this character, especially when the character started to take on its own life.
Sure.
And so yeah, it grew naturally, the character, and we grew with it, and Don and I, and so once we were sure who he is and where he was going. He's pretty easy to write for, really. And on the one-liners, they're generally a pretty good laugh.
Sure, no, of course, no, they're great, and I think two kind of becomes this different thing. It becomes a bit of a crowd pleaser at a certain point, which is fantastic. It's a nice it's a great kind of midnight movie.
Yeah, it sure is.
No, obviously, I don't want to delve into. I know that there was cast changes and production issues a little bit on 2, and I don't want to go into that too much. I just was interested how once 2 came around and it's a studio picture this time, and obviously there's stuff going on there, how Don kind of rolled with that. Did you see him develop as a director and as a kind of creative producer, or did he find that difficult at that time?
Well, I think everybody really grew on 2, and pardon the pun, but
sure.
but I really do, because when you do independent film, you shoot on weekends. You shoot when we shot the first one. I was working in a club.
Yeah.
In fact, I was managing the music in a club, and actually managing the club, and also playing music several nights a week, and hiring other musicians and talent to play in the club. And this was in Long Beach, and I can remember one night when they called me at the club and said, "Hey, we want to shoot some stuff."
Yeah.
Up in Big Bear, which is up in the San Bernardino Mountains, where I'm kind of the same area I'm living at now, except it's actually further up the mountain from where I'm living now.
Right.
And we were in Long Beach. We were in a place called Belmont Shore, and I said, "Okay, well, what's guys gonna come and pick me up or what?" And they said, "Oh yeah, we'll pick you up." I said, "Well, okay, I'm not done here until almost 2:30, because I have to close up the bar, and I have to clean up and
sure.
Or make sure it's clean." And they said, "Okay." And they showed up and banged on the door, the locked door of the club, and hey, we're ready to go. And it was 2:30, something like that, and I said, "Okay." And so I jumped in with them, and we drove up to Big Bear, up into the mountains, which was about 2 hours away, 2.5. And we shot, well, actually what we shot there was the stuff where I put the body in the back of the ice cream truck.
Right.
And he's going to smell up my ice cream or whatever, and and so that kind of fluidity is always happening in independent film. But when we went to Phantasm 2 and Universal Pictures was in charge of it, a lot of that fluidity goes away, because you're working with a representative from the company. Don had to work with a representative from the company, which I understand totally, because they have to make sure you're on schedule and you're on time and everything's moving, and you're not spending too much money and or whatever, And but yeah, it kind of drove Don a little nuts.
Sure.
And I guess kind of all of us, because you know how shit goes downhill, and and so at any rate, I think it was also good for us, because always being fluid, and then having structure. We really learned a lot about structure on Phantasm 2. And then it made it much easier for us to do 3 with those guys, with Universal, because we were, hip to what was going on. And so, yeah, like that. That was kind of what it was like.
Yeah. And then, of course, 3, you've got the original cast back. I feel like Don's got more control in 3 again. You've got a great effects team. Obviously, Mark Sjostrom heading up the effects team, and lots of action and things like that. What are your memories of filming 3, and what's your impression of sort of the finished article?
Well, I thought it was, again, such a logical place to go from Phantasm 2, from 1 to 2 to 3, and then getting into 4. I mean, it was like a continuation of the story, with lots of nice twists and turns. And once again, we had, Don had some, decent money to work with, and so now I enjoyed 3 a lot, to be honest with you, and. Like I said, when we the one thing that we didn't have as much money to work with as 2. I mean, when we did 2, we had this giant warehouse kind of thing, which was like a big sound stage, and so we could build sets on it, and so Don actually built the set for the mausoleum in 2 on the sound stage. And but in 3 we didn't have as much money, so I had been working a day job as well as working nights in clubs, but I'd been working at a flower shop in Long Beach, and so I would deliver flowers to these various other places, like for people that would buy this service from us. And they wanted flowers on their loved ones' graves, or in the mausoleum itself, where you put the flowers in the holder and stuff.
Sure.
So anyway, I had been delivering this stuff to all these places, and we had a large mausoleum where the flower shop was. It was called Sunnyside, where we shot some stuff for Phantasm. But so there was this other place that was another old mausoleum in Compton, and I knew about this place too. I knew it very well because I delivered flowers to these crypts, put flowers in these crypts and on graves and so on and so forth from our flower shop. So anyway, that was where we shot Phantasm 3, and so I very familiar with the property, and it was great that I was able to, it's like let's shoot Phantasm 3, and there's all these mausoleum shots, and I went, well, hey, I got it right over here, and Don didn't really, like I said, he didn't have the money to be able to build a set, so it worked out perfect. It's just been such happy circumstantial stuff every time we shoot. I seem to be able to be hooked up and be able to hook Don up with some location stuff and or whatever.
Yeah.
And so it's just a happy circumstance, and that's just kind of the way that the series is run through now.
Oh yeah, completely. And it was great to see that. Mike as a kid actor was really strong. He's a really strong kid actor in the first one.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, when he comes back in the third one, so some kids grow up and they're not good actors as an adult. Like Mike is great in part 3 and 4. He's really, really good. What was it like having him back and then collaborating with him as an adult? And did you notice the same thing, that his acting was still as strong, if not better?
Well, it was fantastic because he was the youngest, best actor I had ever worked with.
Sure.
All the way through, Kenny and Company into, he was fantastic in that, by the way, Kenny and Company. And then that he was going to be part of the first Phantasm. That was fantastic as well, and he was terrific in that. And we have always gotten along very well, and he has always been like a little adult. Like when he was a kid, he was a little version of who he is now. And he's a very intense actor, as you know. He just really brings it and can make you really, really feel a moment when he's on the screen. He's fantastic.
Yeah, no, definitely. So Phantasm 4 is the first one since the first one that brings back into it the idea of the vibrations and music that was in the first one when you bang the tuning fork on the guitar. And I was just asking, I believe that's your idea. Was it always intended to kind of come back and play as big a part in it as it does in part 4?
Yeah, it was, and of course the tuning fork gag, became something really incredible, in that, because the tuning fork was the vibrational thing that opened the dimension, that you didn't know where you were. Like when I put my hands on the poles that are actually like a tuning fork coming out of the floor.
Sure.
And so I just thought it was just such a brilliant, concept that, again, I did the tuning fork thing on the porch, and Don really liked that. Obviously, he focused on it, and I put my fingers on it. And so then when he came up with the concept of the tuning fork coming out of the floor of like the mausoleum, and I mean, it's just a brilliant concept. And then, and walking through it, let's say, you never know where you're going to go.
No.
And of course, when I see it, I'm trying to stop it because I want to stop when I first see it and I put my hands on it. I'm trying to stop the sound of the tuning fork, the vibration. And then, of course, I get blown backwards and stuff because there's no way to stop it.
Sure.
And I, it's just such a brilliant concept that started from a simple creative idea between, both Don and I, actually,
sure.
and all of us, and we just, as soon as I put my fingers on that tuning fork, I thought, well, there's going to be more to this,
Yeah.
It's going to play a bigger role.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It must be nice as a musician to have that kind of thread going through the series, I guess.
It is. It's terrific. It's terrific, John.
I just want to know how the song came about in Phantasm 4 that you did for the end credits.
Right. I just thought, I don't know, it was just one of those things. Again, that creative experience where it's just something you're struck by a phrase, let's say, and that's kind of what songwriting is about for me. Sometimes I'll hear a melody in my head, and then a phrase, will quickly come, and I just thought that it should be a powerful, powerful song. So I kind of went into my musical library, and I kind of fell on. I wanted it to be powerful, so I immediately thought of power chords, like kind of metal chords, like where you just hit those chords really strong and hard, and I immediately just flashed. Well, okay, I thought of "Have You Seen It?" Like, have you seen it? do you know that it's out there? You know, I got to turn you on, man. Have you seen it? Because there's this guy out there. He's called a tall man, and he will jack you up. And he enjoys, coming to communities and jacking people up and stealing their souls and stealing their lives. And it was like, if you were in a terrible, if something terrible had happened, the people around you didn't seem to react, you'd grab them by the shoulders and go, "Have you seen it?"
Yeah.
You know? And so that's really where that whole concept came from. And then again, like I said, I wanted some power chords, and the theme of Phantasm, da 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 da,
yeah,
which was so brilliantly written originally. It just seemed to fit from those power chords to go into, da 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 da.
Sure.
It was dynamic, and so yeah, I put it together, and I said, "Hey Don, see what you think of this," and I played it for him, and he went, "Yeah."
Well, it was about time we got a Bannister song on the series. I think that's what it was. We needed a rock song to go along with the series, and who better than yourself, sir? So obviously you've got part 5 coming up. That was a big shock to all of us in the film fandom community. How'd you keep that secret from us then, Reggie?
It was very difficult.
I'm sure.
It was. Because you want to talk about what you're doing. You want to talk about your work, and we couldn't. We really couldn't, because Don didn't want anybody talking about it, and he wanted it to be. It's his thing, sure. and he wanted to be the one really who would call the shot, and of course he wanted to make sure that it was all cut together correctly. And of course David Hartman directed it, and David is a fantastic artist himself. He's when I say artist, I mean he draws.
Sure.
And he actually works. He does the Hasbro stuff. It was terrific working with him on this last Phantasm.
And is there a release date?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Don would be the guy to talk about, or David.
Sure. And do you feel? I mean, obviously, we don't want any spoilers or anything, but obviously, do you feel it's a true end to the saga? I mean, do you see how the story's played out throughout the 5 movies?
It's, I'd have to say that, Phantasm, after I'm gone off the earth, Phantasm will still be a viable story 20 years from now, 30 years from now. I think that it could be picked up and run with pretty much any time, because it's almost like episodic, if you follow me.
Oh, yeah.
On that, and there's episodic things that you just can't get enough of.
Sure.
And so, in that way, I think it could just go on and on and on, long past us.
Right. And where would you put the tone of the new film in terms of the other movies? Is it completely different, or does it kind of fit in with sort of 1 and 4, or is it more 2 and 3? Is it more like the action crowd pleaser type film?
There's a lot of action.
Right.
You're going to like that. There's a lot of action. There's, the CUDA's still hanging in there.
Still rolling.
Yeah. And like that. So, yeah, I think everybody's going to really dig it.
Cool. And have you done any music for the film, Reggie?
Well, yeah, I did.
Cool.
Yeah, and I actually play in the film.
Nice.
So there you go.
Excellent. Well, is there anything you had to promote? Any last words you had? Any albums you've got? Convention appearances, things like that?
Well, we're going to be we're going to be at Comic-Con.
Oh, nice.
Down in San Diego,
Sure.
And I think that's in July, I believe. So yeah, we'll be there. So if anybody that hears this, if you're going to be at Comic-Con, come by our table.
Sure.
And we can chat, and I can tell you a whole lot more.
Great, man. Well, look, thanks ever so much for doing the Phantasm films with me today. It's really what this particular episode is about. But I know that you've got a ton of stuff going on. So if you want to ever talk about any of that stuff or music or the films or anything like that,
I'll give you a shout.
Please do hit me up, man, because I want to know what you're up to and where you're going to be. Cool.
Absolutely, John.
All right, Reggie, thanks for your generous time and everything like that. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you so much, and I'll talk to you later.
Sure, man. Bye now.
Bye.
Well, who didn't love that, right? Isn't that fantastic? Such a nice guy. Just such a nice guy. Real pleasure. If you do get a chance to see Reggie at a con or bump into him at a screening or anything like that, I know the Phantasm crew are out there doing the rounds now and probably will continue to do so while Phantasm 5 is coming up, and also obviously while Reggie has all his independent projects on the go. Do go speak to him, do go check him out, get some autographs, get some merch, things like that. Absolutely fantastic. Such great guys, and this film series needs to be supported. Talking about merch, if you want to get merch for this show or support this show, you can go over to www.cafepress.com/aftermoviediner. You can also find us on Facebook at facebook.com/aftermoviediner. Join us at our Facebook group. Just look up After Movie Diner on Facebook. The address is cumbersome and annoying. Or go over to aftermoviediner.com and click on one of the links in the side panel there.
Are you fighting with your inner self? Can you decide to commit without guilt or fear? Are you endlessly searching, tired of what mainstream has to offer? Searching through an endless supply of movies that seem never-ending, each just like the last, nothing jumping out at you, knowing that committing to a crappy movie can take up to 2 hours of your life that you'll never get back? That's where we can help. We're Jason and Sean, and we're Film Reviews from the Basement. We take in as many genre films as possible, leaving a simple, committed rating, good, bad, or ugly, of many of the films you've probably wondered about. We broadcast worldwide twice monthly at www.wecamefromthebasement.com. There, you can find archived episodes, radio shows, and we don't stop there. We're committed to writing reviews and movie news and interviews with actual movie stars, writers, and directors of movies across multiple genres that you've probably heard of. If you're cool like us, or want to be less snooty or less pretentious, come find us at www.wecamefromthebasement.com. This has been a public service announcement from Jason and Sean.
Hello and welcome to the After Movie Diner. And they say a podcast is only as good as its guest. Well, if that is the case, then you might be about to hear the very best episode of the After Movie Diner ever recorded, as our guest this week is accomplished and brilliant blogger, prolific podcaster, fantastic filmmaker, and she's the horror geek's horror geek. That's right, ladies and germs, please stop what you're doing, raise your arms in the air, and wolf whistle like a mad Tex Avery cartoon for the movie maven herself, Jamie Jenkins.
Wow. That is possibly the best introduction I've ever had.
I occasionally like to write a nice introduction, especially when it's a first time or whatever of someone on the show.
That's incredible. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. I'm overjoyed to be here. Thrilled.
Excellent. So why not tell everybody? I mean, you know, a lot of people listening to the show will have obviously heard your other shows and probably have been regulars on your blog and everything. But just tell everybody what it is you do and where you can be found and who you are a little bit.
Okay. Well, I'm Jamie, and I can be found mainly in a lot of places, but mainly I have 4 podcasts that I do regularly. Well, 3 regular and one that's sort of semi-regular, but we'll get
you're like the female me in the podcasting world, essentially. You're on like 58 different shows.
Yeah, I don't know how to act if I don't have a show to do. So I love talking film, particularly within the horror genre, and but it's film of any kind, so much, and talking to people who also love it as much as I do. So it's sort of easy to fall into that, that trap. you find yourself just doing more and more and more, but it's a labor of love. But you can find me on Devour the Podcast, which is a show that I do with David and Bo, and we talk about horror films. There's also the Skeleton Crew that I do with Alex and Dan, and we talk about horror films.
I'm sensing a pattern.
There is a pattern. Evil Episodes is a show that I do with Mike Merriman and Corey Graham. Right now, he's taking a little bit of a leave of absence. He just had a new baby girl, so Brian Sammons, author Brian Sammons, has been filling in for him and doing a fine job. On Evil Episodes, we talk about horror on television. So we talk about things like The Walking Dead and Bates Motel, and we also do older things like Tales from the Dark Side. And the occasional film that pops up on TV. We'll talk about that as well. And then the other one, is My Baby, and it's a show that I created called Lycan It, which is an all-werewolf show. Sadly, that's the one that gets pushed to the side when I have a lot of stuff on my plate.
It is a shame. It's a great title as well. I love a good pun, so...
I do too. Thank you very much. And when I first introduced that title to Jason, who runs the Horrorphilia Network, which most of my shows are on, he didn't really like it. It's just like, I don't think so.
How can you not like it? The internet is awash with puns. I'm always impressed, like when a new meme comes out, that it's mainly based on puns. And for years and years and years, punning was considered a lower art form. But the internet has elevated. The internet elevates everything that's kind of grubby and menial, and they've raised the pun to the level of high wit. So I applaud it personally.
Well, thank you. Well, he has grown to love it now as well. I guess you could say he's liking it.
Damn right he is. Yes, I like it very much. It should be accompanied by like a little jingle or a little like sting or something.
Wait, no, that was a whip. That's not it. That's not it.
That's a kinky werewolf. That's or a dominatrix werewolf or something.
Well, if you see my logo, then it kind of fits in.
Well, that's fine then. That's a whole genre of sort of weird fan fiction, I would imagine. Sort of dominatrix werewolves. I'm sure that's out there. So
you know what? I'm sure it is. I haven't actually run. Well, no, I guess I kind of have. And
if it isn't out there, Jamie, why haven't you written it?
Other than that, I mostly talk these days, but I also write. I'm about to have a story published in an anthology that I'm very happy about, and it's a Lovecraftian anthology. So,
is that the book announcement that you made the other day?
That is. Oh no, that was actually an announcement about I will be doing some audiobooks or an audiobook.
Wow, you are becoming the female John Cross.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. That's a completely different Lovecraftian anthology, but I will be doing the audio version of that book, so I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun. I always keep a lot of irons in the fire. I also have a little short that I made a while back, which was very well received critically. So
nice.
That's pretty cool. I'd like to make another one of those or delve deeper into movie making. The problem is I spend most of my time talking about movies that other people have made. So, there's that. But that's what it's like to have a lot going on.
It's all good schooling, though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, watching all those movies.
I mean, it's probably – I have been doing – film reviews and interviews and things like that for over a decade in some form or another. And that has probably taught me more than anything else about filmmaking. You learn quickly what not to do.
Yeah, definitely, completely. But yes, that's fantastic news about you doing an audiobook and great news about you doing a short story in an anthology. That's great. And it's a Lovecraftian type thing. And have you written about something that's inspired by one of his works, or have you just written something that kind of fits into his genre?
It's a little both. There was a theme here. I can't really talk too much about this one yet. It's still really early in production, but as far as the rest of the anthology goes. However, I can say that it was themed. So the idea is to write a not write in the style of Lovecraft, but use something from his world, something that he created, and then sort of build off of it to fit the theme. And that was a lot of fun, because what I found is that my style of writing tends to be closer to Southern Gothic. So what you have here is sort of a Southern Gothic Lovecraftian tale, which I'm very proud of. I think it was a lot of fun to write anyway. So we'll see how it's received when it's published. But unfortunately, that will be next year, because the publishing world is a very slow-paced world at times. So
yes. No, I've got a couple of author friends, and they tell me exactly that. And why not tell everyone sort of how you first got into horror, and when all that started, and just obviously a little bit about being to bang that old tired cliche, but like a female horror geek.
Well, I got started about as early as you possibly can. My mother was a huge horror fan, and the very first film that I saw in the theater was Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Nice.
But I was...
That's very suitable.
I was just born. I was born that September.
Oh, okay.
So, and then that movie came out, so it was I was just a few weeks old but she always told me that I never said a word. I mean, I never cried or anything. I just laid there in her arms staring at the screen. And that's pretty much the way it's been my entire life. I grew up, I cut my teeth on horror whenever she would go to, if a film came out, she would go to the theater to see it, and she would take me with her. And that I would just remember being very young. I mean, I saw Friday the 13th. I remember being 7 years old, and I've told this story on several shows, so I apologize if you've heard it, but I was 7 years old when I went to see Friday the 13th Part 3. And then after that, we came home, and I remember sitting in the swing, and I was comparing the kills between Part 1 and Part 3, because there are quite a few similar kills between those two movies. And at that young age, I was already dissecting movies and noticing differences about them and similarities between them. And it just continued, and every Saturday, Sunday afternoon, you could find me plopped in front of the TV watching anything, or late at night. Back then, TV movies were just the airwaves were awash with horror TV films back then, and so you'd have the weekly movie that would come on, and I would be right there, planted on my bottom, watching whatever I could, just completely devouring everything from Godzilla to Hammer films to, it didn't matter. I loved them all. And that's just how it started. So when I got older, I tried I was a huge Fangoria fan. I'd been reading Fangoria since I was 12. And I was really drawn to the Dr. Cyclops movie reviews.
Right.
And that was my first taste of horror film reviews, and I loved the style. I just loved being able to do that. So I tried my hand at doing some written reviews for a local paper, and they didn't like the idea. They didn't want to do it. They didn't want to focus on just horror, and I was like, okay, fine. And so then when I got into the internet, I just sort of stumbled into a site. The very first site that I wrote for was horrormovies.ca, which is a Canadian horror site. And I became the head reviewer there. And then I started doing interviews, and it just sort of snowballed from there. And from that, I started working on things. I worked with the Viscera Film Festival for 3 years, which is films made by women, horror films made by women. It was a film festival dedicated to that, and I did the marketing for that.
Nice.
From there, I made my little short. I bounced around the internet doing all sorts of other things, and then sort of fell into podcasting.
Yeah, I think that's how everyone just like falls into it. You just kind of go, I think I'll try this. This sounds interesting. And then, 2.5 years later or whatever, you've
right.
You've got to bang out one of these every week.
I've loved using my voice, and I've just always enjoyed that, which is why I'm really excited about the audio book.
Yeah.
I've done a couple of audio stories in the past. I recently did a reading for Lovecraft Easy, and there was a round robin story that was in one of those issues that I did the audio version of. I love it. So when I first started doing podcasting, it was actually several years ago. I did it for a little while and then fell out of it and then fell back in, and then it just never stopped. And I'm so happy. You know, I love it so much.
Well, you've got a great voice for it, I have to say.
Well, thank you very much, but look who's talking.
Oh, well, hardly. But yes, people find the accent interesting. But I'm sure if people downloaded more British podcasts, there's enough of us English people out there.
Well, your accent is great, but I think it's your demeanor as well. I mean, you can have an accent, but you still don't come off as that doesn't necessarily mean that I want to listen to you.
No, I understand.
Because you have a fascinating accent. But you do have the great accent, but you also have a wonderful demeanor, and you're just a joy to listen to.
Well, that's very kind of you, Jamie, if you can say so. And
I'm a guest on your show.
Yes, of course. Yes, so the series that we're going to cover this week, we're going to have you on to do, obviously, a horror series. And we were going back and forth about what we were going to talk about. And I forget why this was even in my head, probably because of the recent revelation that they've gone ahead and filmed a whole fifth one without telling anyone, the bastards, and without letting us all have our say for 9 months before the movie comes out, like every other movie that comes out of Hollywood. That is the Phantasm series, and I had been wanting to do it, and I'd been thinking about doing it, and I'm a big fan of the series, but I also need an excuse to watch the 4 movies again, which I haven't done back-to-back for probably almost a decade now, when I first got the DVDs when they first came out in England, because obviously we were one of the few territories where you could get all 4, because I know Phantasm 2 wasn't released here for a long time. But then obviously I was thinking about it today, and I was like, yeah, perfect, John, have a female horror geek on and do a movie that's all about putting balls in faces. But then I thought...
well, it seems to fit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does right there. So, So what was your first exposure to the Phantasm series?
Ooh, that's one that I really don't know. It's always been there. You know,
I was trying to remember for myself, and I couldn't pinpoint the time. But.
I'm not really sure. It's just always if I try to look in the back of my brain, it's just there.
Yeah.
So it's highly likely that my mom went to see it and took me with her. That I don't recall it, but that would not be out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I'm not sure when it happened. I mean, unlike yourself, my first love was comedy. I was a big comedy geek till I was about 15. It was just everything about comedy, British comedy, American comedy. And spanning the decades as well. Like I knew way back at the sort of the beginning of kind of recorded comedy, all the way through to whatever was happening in sitcoms and stuff and sketch shows and things of the day. And that's
I love British comedy.
Yeah, and
America's best TV shows were originally British TV shows.
Right. Well, the interesting thing is even something like Cheers, which is thought of as a big American institution, was initially based on the idea of Fawlty Towers, it being that anyone can walk into a hotel and there's your story, just in the same way that anyone can walk into a bar and there's your weekly story. So even something like Cheers, and in fact Cleese did a guest spot. You see, I immediately go back into my comedy geek knowledge, and
That's fine. I am right there with you. I'm also a huge comedy fan. So,
but that was my first love, and then somewhere along the line, horror movies came in, and it was around my mid-teens. Now, Hammer horror and stuff, we had, being in England and staying up late with my buddies and things like that, John and Jim, who have both been on the show, frequent collaborators of mine since we were very young, we would watch the Hammer horror stuff at like 2, 3 in the morning and whatever when Channel 4 would show it. I had seen sort of Halloween and Carrie and things like this, probably on Halloween night or around Halloween on TV. But I never was a sort of cinema goer for horror. I never sort of had any of those quintessential moments. I've seen all those old classics subsequently at sort of revival houses and art house cinemas and things like that, since their heyday. I've seen them all on midnight screenings since I've lived in New York, more than I ever saw them at the time. But I guess it was through sort of horror comedies that I kind of really, really got into it. Although, weirdly enough, you were saying about your mum taking you very young. I was taken very, very young to the Disney film Phantasm, and it was the uncut one, which has... It's the full 3 and a bit hours, however long it is. But, of course, it has that massive Night at Bald Mountain thing at the end, which I vividly... to this day, remember the cinema. I remember it was like it had old red curtains. It was like a proper big old theater-style cinema. And I remember that big demon that comes out of the mountain with the wings and everything. I remember being a baby seeing that. So there was something there, but neither of my parents, apart from taking us as kids to like Disney films, there was nothing about my parents that gave a shit about films at all, really. I mean, neither of my parents could really sit through a half-an-hour show without falling asleep, let alone full-length movies. So my brother later on, when I was about my sort of big quintessential cinema-going experience with my brother was he took me to see a midnight screening of Pulp Fiction the week it came out when I was 14, and that was obviously, that made me very cool for about 5 minutes that I had seen that. If I'd had any kind of film geek friends at that time, which I sadly really didn't. But so my brother a little bit was into movies, but really it was me, John, and Jim hanging out, and we just endlessly watched films. And the Hammer horror films came up then, but then somewhere along the line, I've got to credit sort of the Evil Dead series at some point. Predominantly probably Evil Dead 2 for the sort of slightly more heightened comedy. And just the fact that the Beatles had been for me with music, and I had found out what had influenced them and what music went in to make their music by reading biographies and things that made me kind of spread out and get into, American roots music and blues and gospel and soul and all this other stuff that I now like. Just like that, the Evil Dead, because they had connections, Sam Raimi had connections with Coscarelli, and because Bruce was in then Maniac Cop with Bill Lustig, and it was a nice sort of inroad to kind of spread out and find more of these B-movies. And along with, once you're into something like Evil Dead 2, then Reanimator and Phantasm are not really far behind, you know what I mean? They tend to be sort of the next ones you come across, even though obviously Phantasm is made at the time of... They were shooting it around the same time as they were shooting Evil Dead 1. But it's just got that more sort of trippy, odd feel to it that Evil Dead 2 has, really, more than Evil Dead 1. So I don't know. I always credit those movies as kind of getting into it. And then somewhere along the line, I was a big Halloween buff, that film series for a long, long time. And then Jason... I mean, I've seen The Nightmare on Elm Street, but never really kind of got into them. But Jason and Michael Myers were my two big ones in terms of franchises, I think.
I'm Team Jason all the way.
Yeah,
so I'm very pleased to hear you say that. And I've covered all the Nightmares. Yeah. I just never could quite get into it. I think it was the delivery, Freddy's whole personality thing. It took away the scary.
Yes.
And to me, I find just a silent stalker much more frightening.
Of course.
And engaging. And I just didn't always enjoy the early Halloween films. Once you get past part 3, which I know has nothing to do with Michael Myers, but I still enjoy it.
Yeah, of course.
Once you get past part 3, I really just don't care about that franchise.
Right.
The 4th one is tolerable. Beyond that, I don't, But Friday, for some reason, I will follow Jason into space and be happy about it. I just don't care.
Well, I've actually been doing a series of guest spots every Friday the 13th that's come around in the last 2 years. I've been on Profondo Cinema podcast, which Profondo Cinema was the show that got me into doing my podcast, basically. They reviewed my blog when it started out as a blog in 2010, and they really liked the blog. And then I started the show, and then they reviewed the podcast, and I constantly wrote into there. They were kind of the first two guys that I kind of met in the community of podcasts that I listened to. And Axel, who hosts that show, is a big Friday the 13th geek, like a huge Friday the 13th geek, and has all the special editions and has the book that's come out and all that. He's a big fan of those series, and he had me on, and we've done, I think we've got 9, 10 Freddy versus Jason and the remake left to do, I think. But we've done all the others over on Profondo Cinema of that series. So that's a series, again, that I'd owned and ducked in and out of. But doing the podcast, meant that I got to rewatch them. And because I watched them all in a long weekend when I thought we were going to do the whole series in one show. And, of course, when that didn't pan out and we broke it up into lots of little shows, I then rewatched all the films again. And I do love that series. I think Halloween will always be my first because it was my first. And therefore it'll always be just slightly ahead of it. But I do love the Friday the 3rd. And in fact, I like the slasher genre as a whole. I'm a big fan of the slasher. In fact, sort of the weirder and the more wonderful and the rarer in the slasher genre, the more happy I am, I think.
Oh, that's fantastic. We're right now on Devour. We're in the middle of doing a tiny little slasher retrospective where I got to choose the films. And it's a 4-week series. So far we have covered Intruder.
Nice.
And this week we're going to be talking about the Slumber Party Massacre.
Oh, very cool. Yeah.
Which is one of my favorites for many reasons. One of them being it was written and directed by women, but beyond that, it's just a really good film. And I'm still kind of torn. I still haven't picked the last two, so I'm trying to find. I don't want to go to something that everyone has seen. I'm trying to find something a little more. I won't say obscure, but something that just isn't appreciated enough.
Right. Yeah, I've been picking it because I've been seeing things like. Well, in fact, I picked up a slasher book, so I've trying to been working my way through them. But the recent one that we did on the B-Movie Bargain Bin, which is coming back, episode 6, that'll be my 3rd podcast, is now coming back, having been on hiatus for almost a year. We just did Savage Weekend, which was actually filmed in 1976, but wasn't released until 79-80 by Canon. But it actually is like a real proto-slasher because it has a guy with a mask and it has lots of different inventive kills and it sort of has a Texas Chainsaw meets Friday the 13th vibe. It predates Halloween, when it was made. So that's a really fascinating one. That's worth watching, although there is a boom mic throughout that movie, which is utterly hilarious. The internet rages with debates as to whether it was meant to be matted out or not, but it's ridiculous. There was actually a boom mic that even in the most, tense and interesting moments of the film will just bob in on the top of the screen and completely ruin it.
That reminds me of like Kentucky Fried Movie where they're doing the interview scene and the mic just keeps like banging him in the head, and dipping down into the pitcher of water. It's like
that honestly. This film, Savage Weekend, as good as it is, and it is good, it is well worth watching, it comes dangerously close to that. If not, sort of supersedes that and becomes even more ridiculous because it's meant to be a tense horror movie. And it's not on purpose. So it's even funnier. But we've done that. And I watched recently Night School. Have you seen that one?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And, of course, I'm going to spoil it for people now, but, of course, a female killer in that one, of course.
Which and I love those when they pop up. And it's not all that common, but sometimes you'll find them in surprising places. And I've been glutting on myself on slashers lately, trying to narrow down the ones I want to talk about. And it's a very difficult thing to do to choose only 4.
Yeah.
And there are so many reasons I want to pick so many different ones.
So the Phantasm 1, let's start there. And let me bring it up. It's from 1979. It's directed by Don Coscarelli. It stars A. Michael Baldwin. That's his first name initial. It's not. It stars A. Michael Baldwin as opposed to the Michael Baldwin. Bill Thornbury, Reggie Bannister, and of course the lovely lady in lavender, Kathy Lester. And a whole host of other people. And it's this weird film about possible aliens turning dead bodies into midget slaves. Sort of, right?
I can think of no better explanation. I think you nailed it there. And little angry Jawas is how I like to refer to the little midget guys running around there.
Although weirdly they predate Star Wars by a year.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
When they were making them, because apparently Star Wars came out while they were filming this. or while they were in post-production on this or something. And they'd already filmed too much of it to change the Jawas from brown to grey, but they were going to change them to grey instead of brown.
So that was actually a consideration. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Coscarelli was saying that that when they were looking at, I think this is in the commentary on the first one that I was reading about online, that while they were filming this, the first Star Wars came out, and when they saw the Jawas, they thought we could turn our little dwarf slaves into like grey hoods rather than brown hoods, but they went back, looked at the footage, realized they'd filmed too much of it already, and decided to go just continue with the brown, and the association kind of be damned. He didn't really care ultimately.
I don't think it hurt it. You know, I mean, it's something that a lot of horror fans will say, but I don't think anyone really cares. You know, and I don't imagine the Star Wars people were real hurt by it.
No, exactly. If George Lucas even condescended to watch another film, so who knows? But I'm not a Star Wars fan at all. It's so funny. I'm a big horror movie fan, but I'm not a Star Wars fan at all. So it's Phantasm all the way as far as I'm concerned. The Jawas are a pale imitation. So the first film, it's not Coscarelli's first film. It's Coscarelli's third film. And you have a lot of cast members who are returning for this movie. In fact, all of them, I think, in this film had appeared in previous movies. And, of course, I forgot in the cast list, how could I forget, the wonderful, the excellent, the scary and malevolent force of the Tall Man as portrayed by the forever 85-looking Angus Scrimm, who I was watching John Dies as a kind of companion movie. I love that film, John Dies at the End. It's so good.
I do too.
And he's in that. And weirdly, Angus Scrimm looks better in John Dies at the End than he looks in like part 3 and part 4 of these films. So I don't know if he's now aging backwards, whether he's like Benjamin Button, but possibly. If so, we've got another like 80 years of Angus Scrimm movies, which is great.
I'd gotten so used to him looking the way that he looks in the later part of the series.
Yes.
That even it didn't strike me until I was watching, I think it was part 3 where they did a sort of and 4 too, they did flashbacks, but in part 3 there was a specific flashback of him walking down the street, and I was like, oh, look at, wow, his hair was actually not white.
Yes.
But I had forgotten that because I was so used to him looking the way he has always looked, and he's been sporting that same haircut for all those years too. But
completely, yeah, which is a funky haircut. I mean, it really is. It's out of time and out of place. It's all good things. That it's what all haircuts should be in a way.
It just sort of goes, you know. Yeah. When they go back to him, the Morningside, you know, when like way back in time, he still looks exactly the same with the same haircut. But just, you know, you see him walking. If he ever did anything different, I don't know if I'd know how to act. No. Like what? Who are you?
Yeah, if I ever met, I haven't yet met Angus Scrimm, but if I ever met Angus Scrimm, I would only assume he'd be walking around in slow motion, looking like he was either about to be really grumpy or really angry.
About to be really grumpy. Yes. With his high water pants, because he had,
of course.
I don't know if you've ever noticed his pants knocking around his ankles when he's walking.
Oh yeah, no, that was intentional. Because he's 6'2" or 3" or something. He's a tall guy anyway. And then they gave him big boots, big lifts in his boots, and he wears a suit that's about a size too small or a size and a half too small. That was intentional, sort of like a Mr. Bean style suit.
Yeah, I presumed it was to give him even that much more appeared height. But
yeah, and also, well, I suppose it's kind of the Frankenstein's monster thing as well.
I was just about to say that.
Sorry.
Nice connection. No, I love that you did it. I love that you beat me to it.
Yeah. Let's go through it then. Give us a bit of the plot then, Jamie. Give us a bit of the plot and a couple of your favorite scenes as we go, kind of thing.
Okay. Well, we have basically there are the 3 main characters, which we have Reggie and Mike and Jody, and the whole thing is very dreamlike. It has a surreal quality to it. You're never really quite sure, and this works throughout the series. I think you're never really quite sure if what you're looking at is actually happening or not. But I think we start off in the first one in the don't we get the love scene in the cemetery that turns bad? Isn't that the...
Yeah, that's the very opening shot. Yeah, and apparently Kathy Lester didn't want to do the nudity in the opening scene, so that's a body double. And she didn't much fancy writhing on the guy that she was meant to be writhing on either. So, in fact, the legs you see in the cemetery are, in fact, Bill Thornberry's legs. So she was happy to writhe on him, but not whoever the actor was who she was currently writhing on.
I did. Wow. How about that? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't want to writhe on him. I'll writhe on him. But Mike is skulking around the graveyard, like cutting through, I guess, the cemetery, which I always thought was kind of weird. And anyway, here we have his parents are dead, and he's living with his brother, and he just sort of stumbles upon these strange goings on here at this local cemetery, which...
Yeah. His parents are dead, and then one of their friends has died, and they're all at the funeral, I think. And that's when he sees the tall man, when everyone's left, pick up the...
Yeah, he just picks up the
coffin. Picks
up the casket all by himself.
Yeah.
Which is, an oddity, because typically there are 6 pallbearers, you know. I mean, people are heavy, coffins are heavy, and this dude just sort of picks it up on his own, which is immediately alarming.
It's enough to give Michael like a what the hell moment. And then the tall man kind of sees him on his bike, gives him a look, and the bike kind of flies out from under Michael, right?
Yeah, kind of reminiscent of Carrie in the, the creepy Carrie when the kid flies off his bike.
Yeah, no, definitely. Good call. Yeah, completely.
From then I can't remember how he gets the ice cream man involved. Oh, well, Reggie just sort of hangs around, but...
Reggie's kind of in a band, I guess, with his brother. I mean, because both Bill Thornberry and Reggie Bannister are both musicians, as well as being actors. And there's that fantastic sitting here at midnight scene where Reggie, bounds up. I mean, you first see Reggie at the funeral at the beginning. He's clearly a friend of the family's. And... then later, once the funeral's been and gone, Reggie's delivering ice cream in his ridiculous 1950s ice cream outfit, even though it's like the late 70s, and around the small town USA, cliche small town USA. And he pulls up outside the front of the house, and Jody is sat playing his guitar. And Reggie runs up and joins in with his little acoustic noodling on the classic "I'll Be Sitting Here at Midnight." And it says the immortal lines, "We're hot as love, man," or whatever he says, which I love, which I think is fantastic.
I'm working on it. Just a sitting here at midnight, and I'll be sitting here till noon. You see, my lady left me lonely. Yes, she did. Baby left me blue. Not bad. We're hot as love, you know.
He's a good humor man with a ponytail and a vest, is what is.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what he looks like to me.
No, completely. It's. I think it's always important in horror to have someone with like an iconic look. You know, Ash has the blue shirts and the brown pants, and Freddy has the striped sweater. And, you know, throughout there's, you know, and even though Jamie Lee Curtis in the Halloween series is often obviously dressed down to make her look like the more sort of dour, serious one, there's still a kind of look to her, you know what I mean? And you just have to have that iconic look. And Reggie's ice cream outfit, certainly by the time we then get to part 4, and he redons it. Reggie has two classic looks. He has the ice cream look, and he has
the plaid shirt.
Yes, the plaid flannel shirt look. And it's hilarious because I think it's either part 3 or part 4 where he's gone through two shirts, because all the sequels follow on from each other. He's gone through two shirts, and then he walks out the next day because he's given some woman his shirt, or his other shirt got ruined or something like that, and he comes out in a third, yet again, plaid flannel shirt. Like, that's the only other shirts he owns.
Yeah, I love it when there is a scene, and it's in part 4 where I think it's part 4, it could be part 2. Oh, shoot. Where she says, she's like, oh, can you give me a shirt? I think it's part 4, where she's like, can you give me a shirt? You know, and he's like, oh yeah, I think I have a spare one.
Yes.
And I'm like, how many of these do you have?
He went to, he's an All-American, went to the All-American flannel plaid shirt shop, clearly, and just bought a rack of them.
He got them in every color. And so, yeah, and I always think it's kind of funny when he's like, oh, I've got a spare one. And, you know, he could pull out a T-shirt. He could pull out,
right.
But no, it is a plaid flannel shirt because that's what he wears, Yeah,
that is part 4. That's Heidi Monmouth or something. Her name is Monmouth or something. And she also shows up in Bubba Hotep.
That's right.
She's the blonde at the beginning of Bubba Hotep, the niece of the guy who dies. And he talks about getting a look at her love nest in the movie when she bends over.
Love nest.
I
love Bubba Hotep too.
But there isn't a bad Coscarelli movie as far as I'm aware. I like all of Coscarelli's stuff. No, I was going to say that. So the first Phantasm, you've got for me, it's mainly a movie of mood. It's got that great score, which is used throughout, which is both unique to this film, but also feels familiar. You know what I mean? It's got a Halloween-y, it's got a Psycho, it's got that kind of vibe. It belongs to
kind of goblin-y.
It's got a goblin-y vibe, definitely. It sort of belongs very prominently and very squarely in that pantheon of great horror themes. The Friday series is another one that has that great horror theme, and Phantasm has it and uses it unabashedly throughout the 4 films. In fact, it's about the only sort of obvious theme that the films have, and one of the few, along with Reggie, one of the few linking things throughout, right?
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing, too. Love it. I have a lot of horror film soundtracks. Whenever I'm writing, I like to play scores because things with words distract me and I'll start singing or something. So right. I always listen to scores if I'm writing or reading or something like that. And that's one that I have always loved. And I'm always pleased if I come across an anthology of film scores, of horror film scores, that one will usually be there. And even though the films don't get talked about nearly as much as I think they should, I mean, to be honest, I have been trying to talk about this series on a show
since I've been
doing podcasting. and no one ever wants to talk about it, except now that the 5th one is coming out, suddenly everyone's ears are perked up.
Right.
But before that, I've been trying my damnedest to get someone to talk about this series with me, and no one ever wants to talk about it. I think they sort of feel like it's been, it gets kind of shoved to the back, and I don't know why. I can't quite figure out why it's not more prominent. That's one reason when you suggested it, I jumped on it. Like, yes, please, let's do that.
Of course. Well, it's one. It's one of my favorite series, but you're right. It doesn't get mentioned enough. I think it's difficult for people to fully connect with it. There's not one single solid idea to the series. They can't really, and the series sort of differs wildly in tone. If anything, although it's a sort of hodgepodge, and we'll talk about it later, 4 is really the only one that comes close to kind of having a similar tone to part 1. And even 4 has lots of other stuff going on in it. 2 and 3 tend to be more, sort of that action horror, sort of in that reanimator mode. There's a lot of dramatic lighting, and there's a lot of gore effects and a lot of physical effects and body horror effects and stuff like that in the 2nd and 3rd one.
3 is outright comedic.
Oh yes, 3 is
a lot of times.
Yeah, 3 is ridiculous in parts, but
in a fun way. It's definitely in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, I know that a lot of people sort of say, well, I've seen the first 2, or I love the first one, but I don't really the sequels. To me, I understand the first one can stand on its own. That's the great thing about the first one, is you can take it out and it doesn't really have to be part of the series. And in fact, if the series does anything wrong, it's that it's constantly trying to explain the first one and never satisfactorily. Because I don't think you can quite explain the first one, which is why it ends the way it ends.
Yeah, and I've read things about the first one, and pretty much the consensus of people that worked on the film seem to they always come back to the same thing, is that it is one, they nail their target audience as teenage boys. And they say that they tend to believe that teenage boys will gravitate to this film, will connect with this film more than any other. And it's an exploration of death, and the tall man is sort of a representation of death, but also not only that, but also how children view adults and the adult world and being frightening. So, and that's why I think that it was really purposeful that Angus Scrimm was so tall, or that the tall man was so tall, and that he was so imposing, because if you look at it from Mike's point of view, which is another, the fact that Mike is the protagonist here, and he's so young, is something that you often don't see in horror films. And we have, like in Friday 4, you've got Tommy,
yeah,
and things like that. But it's unusual for a child to be leading the way. And so we get his view of everything that's going on. And so to him in particular, the tall man is exceptionally imposing, because he's just like a representation of everything that's scary about adults to a child.
Oh, yeah, completely. And that's why I think the first one, if there's a reason why people kind of go on about the first one over the other ones, is that it's like you're saying, like there's a deep concept to it, and there's an interesting viewpoint to it, and there's something we've not seen before, and it's about death, and it's about, as you say, how children view the old or the adult or the elderly, even in terms of the tall man, and how children view the world in general, but then there's also this sort of odd sci-fi stroke dream thing going on, which is a whole other aspect to it. And it's very telling that a big part of the story, or what becomes a big part of the story, the spheres, as they call them, that actually came to Coscarelli in a dream, apparently. So that was something he already dreamed up, like rows and rows and rows of sort of cold mortuary storage with this sphere coming down the corridor. That was sort of a dream image that he had. And there's a lot about Phantasm that feels like a stream of consciousness. Like you say, he roots it very well to this childish view of the world. And in fact, the only other one that I can think of that is sort of similar to this in terms of a sort of nightmarish journey that a young child goes on is Terry Gilliam's film Tideland. And of course, the other great example in literature is something like Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yeah, of that idea of a child going through. And of course, one of the people I was going to mention earlier, because I used to read his Tales of the Unexpected, but Roald Dahl, of course, wrote a lot about children protagonists in nightmarish situations. And of course, you have Hansel and Gretel and things like that dating back to. So it's a trope in the horror literature genre, which Coscarelli is steeped in. I mean, he reads a lot of horror literature. That's, I think, his first love. But it's not so much, as you're right, not so much in the movies.
I think that in film, it's more difficult to pull off. You can't, there are certain things that you obviously can't do with children in film. And we have things like Poltergeist.
Right.
But then that film ends up being more about the family than it does about Carol Ann, because she's absent for the good middle of the movie while the family is going through all the other stuff. It's that people, for some reason, tend to be kind of frightened about putting children in a situation where it's too scary or too dangerous, or in literature it's different, but on film it's like a whole other animal. And then in horror, you can't do too much gore if there are children involved. You can't do sex if there are children involved. So I guess it sort of limits what they can do. So they tend to stick to teenagers, because with teenagers you can get away with a lot more stuff.
Right.
Because they're typically played by 20-year-olds. But and I love the setting. I'm glad you brought up the cold expanse of the mausoleum. I think that the setting is brilliant. I remember walking through them. I never went to a funeral where anyone was interred in a mausoleum, but I've walked through several of them, and I just remember feeling very small.
Yeah.
Because you're surrounded by all this marble, and it's cold, and they're typically empty, and so you can hear your footsteps making those hollow sounds in the corridors, and they're very spooky places just in general.
I've never been to one. I don't even know if it's something we must have, I guess, in the UK, but I've certainly never been to one. I mean, the funerals I've been to have all been graveside ones.
Yeah, I actually knew someone who worked at a cemetery, and he used to tell me stories about leakage. Oh. And how sometimes you'll have leakage in the mausoleum, and he's like, people are tempted if they're there visiting a loved one and they see something, they're often tempted to try to clean it off, and he'll tell them, no, don't touch it, because if you do, then there's an odor that goes with it it's practically impossible to get off your hands for a while after you touch it. So it's like it was his job to go through and clean all the leakage from around the inside of the mausoleum. And to me, that's very disturbing.
Yes.
It's a very disturbing image to conjure in your mind. And this whole thing, I mean, you're basically in a building surrounded by dead people.
Yeah, surrounded by corpses.
Everything about that is really creepy and ripe for this particular situation that Mike finds himself in. And then we get the silver balls flying through the halls, which they make that cool little sound, that little whoosh, sound.
Yeah.
I don't know. And
And it's really a guy like pitching them like a baseball down the corridor. That's how they did that first film.
Yeah, I was wondering how that. It's funny you should mention that, because when I was just watching one of the later ones, I was just like, I wonder how he did that in the first one, because I know that in the first film, the budget was very limited. That they did a lot of the makeup effects and a lot of this stuff was homemade. I think it was his mom did some of the makeup effects and things like that.
She does the makeup in the first, makeup and costuming in the first one. Yeah.
So, which I was always impressed at how they managed to pull that off. I mean, there are things about it that look a little goofy. I always thought it was kind of funny the way the first time we see the sphere attached to someone's head, it's just that little sequence. It's a little goofier than it is scary.
Right.
But I was still impressed by it. I still think it's a definitely memorable thing. I mean, if you say the word phantasm, that's what everyone knows. They know the tall man and they know silver balls.
The balls, right. Now, and what's weird is like the blood comes out of like the hole in the front, like you're squirting ketchup out of one of those tomato-shaped ketchup squirters. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's
it's
kind of what
clearly
it looks like.
Spraying about 30 feet, judging from the strength of the spray. But then if you notice, when the guy falls down, there is no blood anywhere on the floor.
Well, there's no blood anywhere.
Where did that blood just go?
Right, and also, if you were going to do that, if Takashi Miike made this movie, the blood would be like spraying everywhere in like a massive geyser, which would possibly be more realistic, rather than this kind of gloop, gloop, gloop of blood that kind of comes out the front of the thing before the guy falls down.
It'd be all over Mike. It'd be all over, dripping down the guy.
Sure.
It'd be everywhere. But yeah, there's not a lot of mess made here.
And it's weird that this got an X. When this first went up to the MPAA, it got an X, and it took a guy from the LA Critics Circle contacting someone at the MPAA to get this down to an R. But I mean, even in its uncut form, there's nothing in Phantasm. If you look at, the other movies that were out at the time, there's nothing in Phantasm that's problematic, really.
No, I wonder if it had something to do with the inclusion of a child. Like maybe because the MPAA is notoriously they have sticks up their butts.
Oh yeah, completely. Especially about your beloved franchise, they seem to pick on that more than any other slasher film.
My goodness, that one was ripped to shreds.
But all of them were, and I find it so odd because you watch other slashers of the age, and like people are being hacked up without any problem, and blood's going everywhere, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, so why did they cut Friday the 13th Part 1 through 8 to shreds? Why did that happen? Like, it doesn't seem to make any logical sense at all, considering other slashers were coming out at the time with all the gore they needed, and Nightmare on Elm Street has some. He turns people into puppets with veins and, has all sorts of... There's a big geyser of blood comes shooting out of the bed and everything. No one questions it. So I don't really understand why those were picked on more than any other. But
it's all very arbitrary.
Yeah,
I mean, it really
redundant.
is. It's like, did you ever see the documentary about the MPAA?
I did. We've covered it on the show. Yeah. This film is not yet rated.
Yes, I loved that. It made me very angry, but I loved it. But it is all very arbitrary. There's no hard and fast rule.
Right.
It seems.
Yeah, I don't understand why the first Phantasm gets initially an X rating. It's ridiculous. There's in fact, what's so funny about that opening sex scene, considering it's a body double, is she's kind of coyly cupping one boob and letting the other one kind of hang out, which is just completely bizarre. It doesn't seem to make any sense.
Well, to me, it's kind of funny. It's like when Beavis and Butthead Do America came out. There were so many. There was this ongoing joke throughout the film that you can't be whacking it in my shed, or not in my shed because he was in the motorhome. But anyway, but there were a strict number of times they were allowed to use that, and of course, a lot of times you can get this rating if you say fuck twice.
Right.
But if you say fuck more than twice, then no, it's out of it's too much. I'm like, well, what difference does it make?
Right.
If you say it once, you've already said it.
Right.
It's already out there. Why are we limiting? Why does the number of times that you say it have to do with anything? The fact that you said it is enough, you know.
Sure.
And if
do you think, therefore, they were like, Coscarelli was filming that love scene and going, maybe they'll allow me one boob, but two boobs is maybe one boob too much? Because she's covering one with her dress. I don't quite understand why, especially if it was a body double brought in specifically for boobs. So I don't. That is whatever it is, but. So favorite bits in Phantasm 1, and then we can kind of move on.
Okay, any bits that take place within the mausoleum, I love the setting. I love the atmosphere.
It's a great set as well, because it was a specially built set.
And I love to watch the tall man walk, because time and space slows down when he is coming down the hall, or when he's going down the street, or when he's doing anything. He does that great slow motion walk where he's like swinging his arms. It's very dreamlike. I like any of those sequences. I love the classic ball sequence. Of course, the first time we see it, it's like I said, it tends to be a little humorous now, but it still is impactful.
Mm-hmm.
There's little crazy bits in the first one, like, you know, storing dead bodies in the ice cream truck, or
it ain't gonna leak all over my ice cream, is it? I love the when Reggie says that.
Yeah, and then you're thinking, do you want that ice cream after that? Like, do you really plan on selling it? And who do you plan on selling it to? Because apparently this whole town is gone.
Yeah, and who is Reggie selling ice cream to? I have no idea. But I love that Reggie is a blues acoustic guitar playing ice cream man. I just think that's awesome.
Yeah, I do too. I love the fact that he has, he ends up being throughout the series, and of course when they made the first one they had no way of knowing, but he ends up being throughout the series this quite a badass as far as he has one of the best weapons ever.
Yes.
With the 4-barreled shotgun, which I absolutely love. But he has a very iconic American basic job. You know, he is ice cream man. You can't get any more hometown or innocent than the ice cream man. Now, of course, take Clint Howard's ice cream man out of the picture, because innocent flies out the window with that. But or any of the ones that have
innocent about Clint Howard. I mean, just
or any of the ones that have, you know, scary clowns on the back or anything like that. You know, those ice cream men. But basically, that is a very it's a well-known profession. It's child-friendly, typically. You know, it's just all American, you know, and I hate to keep throwing that around, but
no, but it is. It's
I'm sure it could be. You probably have ice cream men, too.
We do, but I mean, they're pretty much similar to the ones you have now in the trucks that just go around with the music and the thing. They all look exactly the same with the Mr. Softy and all that stuff. But no, if you look at a lot of horror movies, if you look at Halloween, if you look at The Prowler, if you look at a lot of sort of horror movies, they're set in small town, quaint Americaville. And it's kind of the image that certainly as a sort of lover of American things growing up and a reader of American literature and, you know, listener to American music and stuff, the 50s, especially sort of the 50s image of America, you know, continued and pervaded throughout the 70s and the 80s and into the early 90s in terms of, you know, even look at where Scream is filmed. It's like a quaint little bandstand town, you know what I mean, with the things like that. So that's kind of the image that we have of America. So and it was always the image that was kind of attractive to me as well, while also being sort of riddled with joyous cliches and wonderful things to kind of poke fun at as well. But it was, it's interesting how the slasher genre especially seems to be, and even The Prowler goes back to like that post-war, that obviously it starts in 1945 or 46 or whenever it was, just post-war with guys coming back from the war. It's funny how often that kind of crops up and keeps coming back.
I think, what the horror genre loves to do is take something safe and comfortable and turn it on its ear.
Of course. Yeah.
So that you're least expecting it. So just when it's that we're going to find something iconic that you are comfortable with, and we're going to fuck that up for you.
Yeah.
And then that's I think one of the you'll find that in any subgenre of horror is just they love to take safe things and make them scary. Even I think that's why it tends to be successful if you take like a children's story. Even though if you go back to the original Grimm versions of those stories, they're kind of nasty.
Of course.
But then the Mother Goose version of these stories tend to be sweet and they have happy endings. But you take that and you transplant it into a world that's dark, and it works. It tends to be successful because those are the things that we grew up with. Like when you're a kid, and the safest place is your bed. If you are in your bed under your covers, nothing can touch you. Nothing can bother you.
But the monster always lived under the bed.
So you can't let your limbs hang over the side of the bed.
Right?
That's
so
dangerous.
Stupid.
I used to flip off my light and run and dive into bed, so that the monster couldn't grab me. And I would never, ever, ever let my leg hang over the side and whenever I had friends sleep over, it terrified me if they would just let their leg wander over the side of the bed. I'm like, what is wrong with you? You can't do that. Don't you know that's dangerous? You have to be safe in your bed. I think the more successful things that frighten us do go back to our childhood and sort of take those things that we find comfortable and just skew them a little bit. As far as Phantasm goes, I mean, it deals with death. That's not really something anyone's ever comfortable with to begin with.
Right.
But they place it in this little hometown where everyone really knows each other, everyone's comfortable with each other, but then those things start to fall away. That we have Mike, who has lost his parents and his other brother. He's now living with his one brother who this is not something that Jody had envisioned. He's hanging out, chilling, playing music with the ice cream man.
He's thinking of leaving, isn't he? Because
I think he actually comes back for. Hadn't he left and he comes back for the funeral?
Yeah, that's right. And then he suddenly thinks, "Oh, I've got to hang around," and he doesn't want to. And there's that whole period where Mike goes to the neighbor's house where you have the creepy old sort of seance type woman who does the seance, and the truth-sayer or whatever she is, the fortune teller type gypsy woman. And they have a weird, mysterious disappearing box and stuff, and she does all her talking through her granddaughter.
That's another scene I like. I think
it's a great scene, but it's completely bizarre.
Oh, totally.
Because it seems to like the rules of this world are not hard and fast. Like, on one hand, you think you've got a grip on it, because on one hand, you're like, okay, the tall man is this alien guy who has come back and has landed on Earth and is taking people away to be a slave on his red planet. But then suddenly in this world, there is supernatural stuff, and there is fortune telling, and there are disappearing boxes, and the spirit world and everything else, and you're sort of like, well, okay, that's odd too. Like this movie has a lot of odd stuff going on in it that doesn't really follow any one strict set of rules.
And you find that throughout the series too, and which is why when you ask me about the plot, I stumble.
Right.
And I openly admit I stumble when I attempt to talk about the plot of this film, because it really is difficult. I should be able to just lay it out in a few sentences. This is what happens. But the thing is that the entire thing has a quality that you just can't put your whole finger on. And, after you sit and watch just the first one, you'll if you've never seen it before, you're watching it for the first time, you'll sit there and think about it for a few, like, what just happened? What did I just watch?
Right.
It starts out, this little boy sees some weird things going on in the local cemetery when he sees the tall man pick up the casket, like we mentioned. Okay, that's weird. Okay, that's one thing. And then somehow he ends up embroiled in this whole thing, and he's a nosy little fuck, and he's looking around trying to figure out what's going on. And then he sees the silver ball thing, and then and you're like, okay, well, this is very supernatural. And then there's the fortune teller, like you said, also very supernatural. And then you get the whole other dimension thing, with the tuning forks and the opening the dimension and looking out onto the planet where you see the little Jawas and their barrels and they're walking, you see the barrels that contain the little Jawas. And then like when you're looking out onto the planet, you just see this long line of them, and they're obviously being used in some sort of slave thing. And you're like, well, that's kind of sci-fi, but I can't quite make it work. I can't put it together in words to make it all fit together. Yet somehow, when you're watching it, you just get sort of sucked into it, and it never makes sense, but it's okay.
And it's become Coscarelli's trait in terms of he is the filmmaker you give difficult, or I hate to use the word quirky, but it's like weird ideas, odd ideas. And in fact, just watching John Dies at the End recently again, realizing for the first view, I've seen it several times now, but this is the first viewing where I suddenly I'm probably because I just watched the 4 Phantasms back to back again, but realizing just the amount of parallels there are to do with the Phantasm series as well, and in terms of guys on the hunt for something supernatural from other dimensions that's going on. There's a lot of like parallels that are made, and what's interesting about the Phantasm series is that, and I asked this question online, and my friend Robert, and we can go over to the listeners' comments in a minute, but my friend Robert said that apparently he had lunch with Coscarelli and Angus Scrimm at some point, and that there is an overarching plot and riddle to the whole series. This is now what Coscarelli is saying. However, I happen to know, because of, again, from the commentary and various other things, that the tuning fork idea, which obviously becomes more prominent later on, especially in part 4, the tuning fork idea was something that they just had on set because Reggie Bannister had a tuning fork and he was a musician and blah, 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 blah. That was not something that was necessarily thought of initially, which is why I said earlier that the rest of the movies kind of get tied up in knots trying to explain the first one, because I think that the first one is written very much as a stream of consciousness. This is some scary ideas. And I think it has everything that you're saying about a children's viewpoint of death and small-town America and, ghoulish ideas and things. But I think it's a stream of consciousness idea with a whole bunch of stuff going on and a whole bunch of interesting visuals primarily being put side by side. And then I think the idea of there being a continuing saga comes later, and Coscarelli is like, okay, so if we're going to continue this series, how do I explain this stuff I've set up? I don't think back in 79 he had some idea of some big 5-movie plot any more than I think necessarily George Lucas had an idea of a 9-film plot or whatever he's said that he had. I don't believe that for a second. I think the initial thing was done, and then over the course of the second one, the third one, the fourth one, he's tried to stick things in there that kind of make sense of it all. But, for example, it's not till the fourth one that he really even looks at what the tuning fork and the power of vibrations and the idea of it being dimensions rather than aliens from another world. It's from another dimension, and it's to do with dimension jumping. All that is kind of crammed into part 4. Like, none of that has any part of 2 or 3 at all. So it's all very, very odd. But just the idea you were saying about the idea of death and about that's a troubling thought. I think what's interesting about Phantasm is it's also the idea, certainly in the original one, because he's not yet in the later movies, the tall man like makes a sweep across America, demolishing small towns as he goes.
That all look eerily similar.
Yes. And they all look like California. Killing people as he goes and crushing their corpses down to make them into... Whereas in the first one, my understanding is just that as people die... I think there's a question mark as to whether the parents and the brother were killed by him later on in the series, but I don't think that crops up in the first one. I think they just died. And it's the idea that, because we try and make graveyards sort of beautiful, serene places, because it's this idea that when I'm dead, my body goes to a place that's kind of beautiful and quiet, and people have reverence for it and all this sort of stuff, because human beings are massive egomaniacs, basically. That's why, personally, for me, burn me or stuff me or throw me over a cliff, really couldn't care less. But, when
I am exactly the same way.
Yeah, when I'm gone,
I say, why take up the space?
Right, exactly.
That's necessary real estate.
I say the same thing about golf courses, but anyway, golf courses and graveyards, turn them into homeless sanctuaries or something. Anyway, which they practically are anyway.
Depending on where you are, yes.
Yes, the amount of bums on golf courses. But it's also the idea of that even in death, your body is not sacred. It's not quite it's not like a necrophilia thing, but it is a necromancer thing. There is this idea later on that the tall man can possess. There's even a zombie film aspect to, I think, the third film.
The third one, yeah.
Where he can kind of necromance the dead. And it's this idea that even our corpses are not sacred, that they're being kind of either crushed down and shipped to either another dimension or another world to be slaves, or they're being turned into like zombies to do the tall man's bidding and all this sort of stuff.
When in reality, I mean, should we
care?
Should we care once the body is dead? Who cares?
Right.
Let him take them. I don't care.
No, exactly. But the trouble is he starts killing people specifically to create corpses rather than just waiting for us all to die naturally.
Which I think is really I don't really see the need for him to be that impatient.
Right.
Because he has thousands of bodies at his disposal at any cemetery, and he only has a handful of guys working for him, digging them up. So, in reality, he never, if he just focuses on the dead ones, sort of a ghoul thing.
No one would pay any attention. No one would be any the wiser.
Yeah, and he's got plenty to work with, so why bother starting out being, going into the murdering part of it? That's not really necessary. I mean, when the corpses that you had at hand were working just fine, obviously before, and clearly no one did notice. I mean, Mike just happened to stumble upon this whole thing. But if you look at the number of little angry Jawa barrels he has, and then when you look through into the view of the planet, it's clear that he has tons of them, and no one has seemed to notice.
Yeah. So what do they build? How many slaves do you need, and what are they building? And
what are they
this
doing?
Yes.
That you need
kind of
this many.
Yes, insane interplanetary chain gang that they're all being put on. Doesn't seem to make any sense. But the and like I say, the first one even ends with the old trope of it being, it was all a dream, but was it all a dream? Sort of the double scare, which is again Carrie and some other movies have done so well. And this one, I have no problem with that being the story. And in fact, later on again in the series, he tries to write, especially about Bill Thornberry's death. Mm-hmm. About did he really die in a car? Is he really still around? Blah, 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 blah. They try and sort of talk about that late in the series, which is why I love the series and I love Coscarelli as a filmmaker, but I don't believe that there's any plan behind it at all. I think, for example, if you look at the second one.
Phantasm, the delusion of a disordered mind, a phantom, a spirit, a ghost. For 10 years, the secret of Perigord Cemetery has remained a mystery. Now, 3 innocent people are about to discover the ultimate evil.
You think that when you die, you go to heaven. You come to us.
Got to warn people. This summer, the ball is back. Phantasm 2.
It's only a dream.
It's a dream.
No, it's not.
Rated R.
Moving over to the second one, a lot of the things that had to happen in the second one were laid down by the studio. Because
one of them being the replacement of Mike.
Right. Well, in fact, they wanted to replace everybody, which is kind of crazy because they're all really good actors. Like none of the acting, unlike other kind of indie horrors of the time, none of the acting kind of sticks out really. They all do their part fine, especially Michael Baldwin.
Too. And yes, and he is the Michael Baldwin,
right.
Not just a Michael Baldwin.
Right.
It really bothers me that I'm glad that he came back for the third and fourth films.
Yes.
But it really does bother me that he's absent in the second one, especially when, it was, 8 years later?
9 years, I think.
It was, okay. So the film is supposed to be that much later, and obviously the actor would have grown, so he would have fit that. I think, it was his intention to use him, right? Like he wanted to, only the studio, and I only just learned this, but that he intended fully to use Michael Baldwin again, and the studio was like, no, we've got this guy who was apparently or he was a big thing at the time, or they thought he was going to be a big thing or something, but they pushed him to use him. And I think they sort of strong-armed him into doing a lot of the things that he wanted to do. Well, into not doing a lot of the things he wanted to do with the second one.
Right. Well, I think that what I was saying was that the idea that there is sort of a consistent plot doesn't really make much sense to me or a continuing plot, because, like I say, there was a ton of stuff laid down by the studio, and I think that led Coscarelli to go, okay, so what can I use and what can I do? And so suddenly this idea of the road trip, because you've got to have the CUDA in there. You've got, we haven't mentioned the CUDA, but the famous CUDA car. You can't just have them. Yeah.
The sexy car.
Which is actually in the first one.
Car.
Yeah, it's a very sexy car, but it's not a Hemi CUDA in the first one. It's designed to look like one. It was actually, I was reading about that, but it was a different type of CUDA. It was a Barracuda, but it was restriped and modified to look like a Hemi. I think in the later movies, in 3 and 4, it's a real Hemi, because I think the car changes.
And it goes through, because in the second one, it sort of lands on its roof, and then by the time we get to the fourth one, it's a convertible.
Well, the other thing we should mention is that in every movie, Reggie Bannister dies, or Reggie Bannister seemingly either dies or is dispatched with, along with the car, is also wrecked in almost every movie. So, again, this idea of this continuing thing. But I think that he sort of thought to himself, well, let's have a road trip character. Let's have the studio forced the idea of Michael having a love interest. And because there wasn't one set up in the town, you then have the whole telepathy thing between him and Paula Irvine's character. And so I'm just saying that I think that a lot of part 2 was written around the necessity or the demands that the studio was making. And considering what's so funny about Phantasm 2 is it's the most expensive Phantasm film, but it's the cheapest film Universal produced in the 80s. So why even Universal gave a damn, I've no idea. They only had $3 million to recoup. It wasn't like they blew the bank on this movie by any means.
And then based on the success of the first one, I think it would have been clear that if they let him do whatever he wanted to do, it would have been successful.
Yeah, and I think it would have been more of an intentional continuation. I think that the reason why we get 3 and 4 rather than just getting one more movie, rather than it being a trilogy, is because I think 2 is so compromised. In terms of what he wants to do, because he's not allowed to do any dream sequences, he's not allowed to do any anything ambiguous. It's all got to be a more a sort of general narrative. And actually, although I appreciate lots of people love it because it introduces Reggie with the 4-barrel shotgun and things like that, and introduces a lot of things that would go on to become kind of Phantasm lore. It's for me, it's a less interesting movie.
It is my least favorite.
Yeah, and yet it seems to be online's like everyone's favorite. It seems to be like the one everyone goes on about, and I don't really understand why, because it's slightly more glossy, and yes, okay, they have fun weaponry and stuff, but the story doesn't amount to very much. And actually, having just watched the 4 back to back, it's the one I remember the least. It's the one that kind of stands out the least. I can't really think of any major, apart from the introduction of the weapons, I can't think of any real major plot points in it either. Because all it does is establish that the tall man is now going from town to town. So Reggie and Mike have to go from town to town. And then they've got to meet up with this woman. And then Reggie has his own flirtation. Because once Reggie gets on the road, his libido just rises to the power of 10. I mean,
he is a madman.
He's a horn dog. He's an old horn dog with his.
I mean, by the time we get to the third one, he's like really pushing it hard too. You know, he's like, oh, come on, you know, and he purposely gets the queen size bed in the hotel room and or in the motel room.
The way he does that.
Oh, it is so incredibly sleazy, but quite comical when he's talking to the little kid and he's like, no, you don't want to sleep with us, right. and the kid's like, I'll just stay in the car. But the second one, I think it's the absence. I think it's the absence of Mike, you know, the real Mike, as far as I'm concerned.
Sure.
It doesn't work for me.
Right.
I'm not okay with that. You know, and
I'm angry about it.
I am not happy about it.
I don't think he's happy about it either. So.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But I'm really happy to see him return in the later films. But you're right. I mean, we do have the great A-Team sequence where they're making the weapons and he creates the 4-barrel shotgun, which then becomes iconic with the series. And
which I'm all for, by the way. Any nod to the A-Team, and I'm happy about.
Yeah. All we're missing is the unfortunate thing about that sequence is that they continue with the typical score, and we don't have a great like montage song.
Right.
Which I think would be fantastic for that sequence when they're making the weapons, but I guess he just wasn't concerned about that. But I always
Reggie doesn't do his Phantasm song until Part 4. Part 4 ends with a Reggie Bannister scripted or lyriced sort of heavy rock song over the credits that Reggie did. They never did that in Part 2 and 3. We've not got. We've not got a song, unfortunately.
And see, it would have been great right there during that one sequence. That's the only thing I think it's missing, because I love I always refer, whenever we get one of those in a movie, I always refer to it as the A-Team.
Of course.
The A-Team moment.
Because the A-Team's amazing.
Yeah.
I love the A-Team. The A-Team is one of the greatest TV shows ever made.
Such a crush on George Peppard. Oh my goodness, it was insane.
It's guys with high-waisted pants, clearly.
You've nailed it. You just figured it out. I don't know what it is about George Peppard, but he was incredibly sexy. But that goes way back to Breakfast at Tiffany's too.
Right.
But anyway, there I go again. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I could talk A-Team. In fact, let's do an A-Team episode later and have you back on, and we'll talk about Peppard.
I would love that. So apart from that one sequence that we get where you know he's creating the weapons, I do love the one thing I love about the second one is all the booby traps. I love how when he they're staying in the old bed and breakfast.
Right.
And he booby traps the window, and he has the beer can, and he takes the pin out of the grenade, but he keeps the little handle in place with the beer can, and then he ties it to the string so that if anyone tries to come in the window, the hand grenade will go off and it'll blow up. And
the shotgun at the door that they wire up, and
I love all those things. Those things stick out to me. Other than that, plot wise, I couldn't even really tell you. I mean, they're traveling around, and
they pick up a girl, don't they, Alchemy, who Reggie Bannister has a hilarious love scene with, where neither seems to take off the required part of clothing that needs.
Yes, because by the time they're done, I'm like, well, what did they just do? Because they're still dressed.
Well, he's still dressed, and she's still in her pants. But I mean, I suppose. But it seems very
odd. It would happen. It just seems unlikely.
Especially considering she's like 18 and Reggie at this point is in his 40s. So
yeah, and that never stops him though. That never is. And I'm like, what is he wearing? Like, what is he wearing? Axe or something?
I think it's the Bannister raw. Yeah, I think it's the Bannister raw musk. That's what I like to believe. That and the scent of flannel shirts just drives women crazy.
And they love the skullet with the ponytail.
But he can rock it. Like, there are certain people who just pull it off. It's like Kurt Russell can pull off a mullet. Nobody else can pull off a mullet. Russell pulls off a mullet. And Bannister, he pulls off the ponytail skullet just beautifully. You don't. In fact, isn't part 2 the only part where he doesn't have a ponytail, and therefore again it feels unreal. It doesn't feel like proper Bannister.
Yeah, there's a flashback sequence where they're flashing back to time spent with Jody at one point, and he doesn't have his ponytail, and it just looks bizarre. It just doesn't seem like Reggie.
Right, but I think even in the future, I think it's shorter. I think it's shorter at the back. I don't think it's got the full ponytail. I think the ponytail returns in part 3. I think.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm pretty sure you're right about that.
But you're right. There is a flashback. There's a hilarious flashback to them all sitting on the back of the Cuda, where they're all like playing guitar and like hanging by the beach or whatever it is. And Reggie has his hair down out of the ponytail with the long hippie locks.
And he just looks like what's his name from Rocky Horror?
Right, he looks like Riff Raff, right? Yeah, correct.
And that's all I could think about the whole time when I'm like, no, put the ponytail back. That's just wrong.
Yeah. Well, I suppose the Bannister has the curtains or something. I was trying to make like a house joke. I can't think of how to link curtains and Bannister, but I mean, they're both things you find in the hallway of a home, so that's probably what it is. But yes, I think Reggie is the only Reggie and Angus coming back. That's the reason to watch part 2. Everything else that's going on, I'm kind of disinterested in. For me, all part 2 does is it establishes the road trip aspect that's going to kind of play out through the next 3.
Yeah, it then tends to permeate the rest of the series, along with the 4-barrel shotgun, which, if you notice, at the end of part 2, he uses the shotgun and then tosses it aside. He actually throws it down.
Yeah.
To which I respond, what are you doing? Why would you throw down the best weapon ever? You know, you're going to come across shotgun shells somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's you spend a lot of time making that. Don't throw it down. But then it magically reappears at the beginning of the 3rd one, so everything is okay.
And part 2 is the chainsaw fight, right?
Yes.
And it's also the one where, which proves, as we all know, that size doesn't matter.
That is a great scene where he has his little chainsaw and then the other guy just pulls the long chainsaw from off the shelf and it just keeps coming. Yeah. It's just more and more chainsaw and more chainsaw. And then you're like, who in the fuck needs a chainsaw that long? Why would you need, what are you cutting down, redwoods? Yeah. Why do you need something that big?
Listen, some men just are insecure and they need a big weapon in their hands. I'm just saying.
I'm just doing some pruning, but I need this 7-foot chainsaw.
Right. I want to prune the tree over there, but I'm too lazy to get up. So get me a longer chainsaw so I can sit here and chop that tree down over several feet away. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm sure I've got it. In fact, weirdly enough, I have...
you have a 7-foot chainsaw?
No, I have a friend of mine who's actually a tree fellow who actually does that as a living. So I could always ask him, I suppose. But he uses little ones. From the photos I've seen on Facebook, he just uses the regular size one, so I don't know.
Well, that's a man who is confident.
Oh, yeah. Alan, yeah, definitely. I'm just trying to think about part 2. I think I felt watching it as well that part 2 is probably Coscarelli's like most derivative one, in the sense that you can kind of see what he's doing. He's like throwing in a bunch of stuff that is meant to be sort of generically crowd pleasing, but for some reason it doesn't sit well in the Phantasm series. Like in the Evil Dead series, the establishment of like the chainsaw hand and then the car and everything else and all the rest of it seems organic in that trilogy. Maybe it's just because I watched it first, I don't know. But it seems organic in that trilogy that they kind of get goofier as they go on and they get bigger and more bombastic and more fan-pleasing and so on as they go on. It seems odd, therefore, that Phantasm 2, which obviously comes out a whole year after Evil Dead 2 comes out, that there is this... Oh, well, we've got to have chainsaws in there because it's a horror movie. So let's put chainsaws in there and let's have him have... What's a ridiculous way? Okay, let's have the 4-barreled shotguns because that's a fan-pleasing thing. And it's fine, I understand. It just doesn't fit with the first movie, which seems so original and weird and unique.
And atmospheric.
And atmospheric, yeah.
You know, I mean, I think the first one, the best character in the first one is the atmosphere. It carries the entire film. It sets the tone. The second one is completely different in tone, and it sort of loses, I think, quite a bit of the atmosphere because it focuses so heavily on these other things, you know, like the weapons, you know, which are fun, but not what the first one was about.
I mean, it's understandable if you're going to have a series where they've got these are our last disparate survivors who are going to go and take down the tall man or the menace, that you've got to make your everyday schmoes into action heroes. But I think it's sort of done clumsily in Phantasm Part 2. I mean, when I think of... Talking about the Halloween franchise earlier, if you look at parts 1, 2, and 7, which are the sort of Jamie Lee Curtis movies, the ones that, because 8 never happened. As Halloween fans, we discount 8. 8 just doesn't exist.
Is that Resurrection?
Jamie Lee Curtis never made it. Busta Rhymes was never in a Halloween movie. That movie doesn't exist.
I feel that way about the sixth one, but, you know.
Well, I mean, the sixth one would have been fine if Mustafa Akkad or any of the people involved in it had any kind of gumption to kind of continue with that storyline. But the trouble with horror franchises is they're constantly being revamped, which is just annoying. And in fact... Friday the 13th wasn't revamped for the longest time. But then again, with Friday the 13th series, every single film they try and do differently. They go, we can't try and do a continuation, so let's have something completely different happen. And it sort of runs away with itself. But at least that's more interesting than this idea of, well, let's try and have a through line, but let's not commit to that through line, so therefore it's going to kind of be a questionable through line. But I think that the 1, 2, and 7 work as a Laurie Strode trilogy, because in the first one she's naive, in the second one she's crazed,
comatose.
Right, but she's crazed and has to kind of fend for herself, to the best of her ability. She's not like a kick-ass heroine at that point. She's just, whatever I've got around me, I've got to get out, I've got to escape him, I've got to kind of get out of the hospital. And then the third one, she becomes kick-ass. And that's normally the way it goes. Ash is the same. Ash is sort of naive and bumbling in the first one. In the second one, he's kind of crazed and therefore has to kind of defend himself to the best he can. And then by the third one, he's like a one-liner spouting kick-ass hero. And I don't think Reggie gets a satisfying character arc. I think he goes from, hey man, I'm a crazy musician playing ice cream guy, to... we've got to take this bastard down, and here I am with chainsaws and shotguns. You know what I mean?
Right, just all of a sudden.
Right. It's just not as satisfying or cleverly crafted. And I wonder if he was allowed to do, say, a trilogy of movies the way he wanted to make them, whether that would have been more successful rather than this part 2, which seems to introduce Mike's telepathy, which in all the other movies, the only other person he's telepathic with is Jodie. That's the only other person. He doesn't tend to be telepathic with anyone else. So that comes and goes, weirdly. She disappears in the third one, so that's not a continuing character. His love interest, Liz. So it's sort of it's satisfying in one way, but it's unsatisfying in another. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure. I wonder if I didn't know about the third and fourth ones now, how I would have felt about it at the time. At the time, I wasn't. I saw it, but I wasn't in the frame of mind that I am now. I didn't look at movies the way that I look at them now necessarily, you know. So I was younger too, but so I'm wondering if the second one on the heels of the first one, if those were the only two that existed, how would I feel about it now? You know, because what satisfies me is I really enjoy the third one.
Right.
Quite a bit. And I think what I like about that is that it sort of comes back or attempts to come. Now, like I said earlier, it is I think the most comical of all of them.
The third one's doing tons of different stuff all at once. Yeah.
And it's just, and then you've got the whole zombie thing. And then, I mean, there's all kinds of things in the third one that, I don't know, is that his way of is he trying to bring it back around to something that he would more likely do? And so then he has to kind of go out a little crazy in order to rein it back in? Or,
I think so. Yes.
That's what it feels like. You know, but I wonder if it just stopped at 2, how would I feel about the second one? You know, I'm comfortable knowing that the third one comes behind it, and that makes me happy. But if that one didn't exist, how would I feel about the second one? I think I would feel like it was completely removed from the first one. Like there are a lot of things going on, including a changed cast member, which just sort of throws the whole thing off kilter. You know, and so while but then I would still probably have fun. I mean, because I do have some fun with the shotgun, you know, and the chainsaw fight. And, you know, and there are some fun moments. But overall, I think I would it just feels disjointed.
My feeling on it is that it's the crowd-pleasing midnight movie version of Phantasm that people are meant to, like, whoop and holler and get involved in and just have fun with, and it's sort of inconsequential. And I think that's what people do with it. And I think that's absolutely fine. But I don't think it satisfies the ongoing plot or the ongoing characters or whatever. But yeah, it has all the right beats. I mean, there was one bit in it that really did confuse me, which with the priest in it. Because at one point he seems to be strangled with a rope, and the next minute he seems to be alive again and has his ear sliced off and gets drilled by the ball. And I wondered, did I miss something? It seemed to be odd, because one minute the tall man has him hung up by a rope, and then the next minute he gets his...
Well, that's the thing is several times throughout this series, I'm not sure. I get lost at what is actually happening and what is just sort of either a vision or a dream or and when it comes to that part of it, that's one that stumps me. I get confused because you're absolutely right. You know, you see him, clearly rope around the neck. You know, he's dead. Then he's there, and I'm not sure. I don't know. Was one of those just a vision? Was that him being hanged just a vision? Maybe.
And that whole character of the priest doesn't really kind of go anywhere either. I don't really understand sort of entirely what he's there for. I mean, what it does is it sets up the establishment of the tall man going around. It establishes sort of Reggie as an action hero. It establishes, some of the props and weapons in the car and the road trip and all that stuff that's going to go on. But
I do like that the priest seems to he gets an idea of what's going on,
right?
But then nothing really happens with him. But that's the only other time that you see someone introduced who's completely outside of them, who comes to that conclusion on his own.
Right.
You know, I mean, every other character that gets involved with Reggie and Mike in this series is brought in by them, sort of, and they learn what's happening through Mike and Reggie. This guy has come to this conclusion all by himself, but then nothing really happens with that. So, I don't really know. I'm not really sure, because nothing's really accomplished by him learning that.
Right.
You know, because he doesn't stick around long enough to really do anything. I'm not really sure why he's there. I don't get it. But
yeah, it just seems to be like another character. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on there. And weirdly enough, he's played by a well-known character actor, Kenneth Tiger, who's been in, well, most recently was in The Avengers. He's the German guy who stands up and defies Loki in the crowd scene in The Avengers. But he's also in a movie that I covered over on the Dr.Action show called Rage, which is a Gary Daniels PM Entertainment action movie from the early 90s. And in it, we had a whole running joke that he was the happy little toad-faced man because he's got that funny face. Yeah. So Doc and I were like singing little songs about the happy little toad-faced man. And so when I'd completely forgotten that he was in Phantasm 2. So when he cropped up in Phantasm 2, he was all over the place. It was hilarious. And then I watched The Avengers and realized it was him in there as well. Now, suddenly for like 2 or 3 days of my movie viewing, he was following me around the place. It was kind of creepy. But he's the happy little toad-faced man. And
followed by the happy little toad-faced man.
That's my own like dream that I have. Instead of the tall man, it's the happy little toad-faced man who runs down corridors and goes bye at me.
Which, and later on, shouldn't he go, man?
Yes, exactly. Well, I suppose everyone's a boy to him though, because he's like 385 years old.
That's true. Then when they introduced the little boy in the third one, I keep expecting him to go, other little boy or littlest boy?
Other boy, yes. That would be fantastic. He doesn't, sadly. But so let's have a bit of a break and let's have a look at what people were saying online quickly.
Oh, let's take a look online. Oh, won't that be fun? The world would be just mine if I spent it just online. Let's have a look online, see what folks are saying online. I think we've got the time to spend some online. Oh, you don't have to get online to get online. It's right there with you at any time. And the weather is always fine. So let's get online.
So I asked online about the Phantasm franchise. I said, what do you think it's all about? Do you think Don Coscarelli knows or is constantly winging it, dreaming up crazy new ideas? Which is your favorite film? And are you excited for part 5? And why is Reggie Bannister not represented on any of the posters for any of the movies when he's one of the main characters throughout? We want to know and hear your thoughts. So, Jamie, let me ask you first then. What do you think it's all about? And do you think Don Coscarelli knows or is constantly winging it and dreaming up new crazy ideas?
I think he's winging it. I do. I think he knew what he wanted to do in the first one. And I think he definitely had a clear idea of at least themes he wanted to touch on.
Right.
And then later on in the series, it almost feels like he's flailing, like he's trying to. I think the second one threw a gum in the works, and then after that, he seems to be trying to answer questions that were introduced, trying to explain things that were sort of forced into the series that maybe he had no control over. So he's just sort of going, like, oh, I get to do another one. Okay, well then this time we're going to talk about this. Right. I get to do another one. Well, zombies. Okay, it doesn't seem very clear cut, but I tend to be okay with that. And as far as the 5th one, yes, I'm excited.
Good.
I am excited. I wish that he were helming it.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I don't know why he isn't.
That kind of makes me sad. However, I'm interested to see what will happen with it because he seems to have complete faith and confidence in the director that he's chosen, who I know from The Signal. He did a portion of The Signal. Yeah. And, there's another movie that he did, but so he seems to be okay with that, and he's totally confident that his vision will be seen the way he wants it to, and so I guess that's okay. I do wish, however, that he was going to be the one behind the camera, but I am excited.
Yeah, me too. I don't really understand why he's not. And I think it's a shame because one of the points I wanted to bring up was that despite them being filmed over several decades and despite all the different themes that he covers in the movies and the other films that he's done, Bubba Hotep and John Dies at the End, and I haven't seen Survival Quest, but I hear it's very good, and things like that. He does have a definite style without having an obvious style. But when you watch a Coscarelli movie, you're like, oh, it's a Coscarelli movie. I just don't know why. It's not like he doesn't like shoot stuff like a Raimi-esque crazy camera stuff. He doesn't do the John Carpenter widescreen. Like, there's not one specific kind of trait that he has as a director. But when you watch a Coscarelli film, it's a Coscarelli film. It's kind of like the combination of the script, the soundtrack, and the way he shoots stuff combined makes it a Coscarelli film. And I think it's sad that one of those aspects is going to be lacking in Part 5.
Yeah, I think so, too. And I don't really know why either, because it's clear he is still directing. I mean, he just recently made John Dies at the End, for instance. So he's still, not only is he directing, but he's still being weird and flashy. And you know, he's still got his stamp is clearly on that film. So it's not like he is just retiring.
Right.
So I don't really know why he chose not to do this film. Unless, of course, it was being made while he was doing either post-production and or press on John Dies at the End. That's a good point, too. Although the fifth one, that started as a web series. It was either a failed web series or it was an idea.
Well, there's several fifth ones out there. There's been a script by Roger Avery. There was, right after Bubba Hotep came out, there was even an IMDb page for a Phantasm 5 that was going to have Bruce Campbell in it.
No, that's right. Yeah.
As a soldier. There's been lots of fives out there, but this one that's coming out, as I understand it, Coscarelli is kept completely private. And in fact, when I was at the John Dies at the End premiere, just was that last year? Yeah, last year. Mm-hmm. He was asked about Phantasm 5 and gave a lot of people have been asking about it, I don't know, maybe kind of answer. And that's been his answer for like the last few years. And that's clearly a lie, because he clearly had written his own script and had clearly been producing it, and you know, Reggie's in it, and he had said nothing about it online and had said nothing about it at conventions, and they've had Phantasm reunions at conventions over the last couple of years and no one said anything about it. So and weirdly enough, like, Coscarelli has been doing the convention circuit for the last sort of 2 or 3 years, so for the first time, I think, and yes, so fascinating, really, that they've all sort of been off doing this in private, and now they've just kind of... Because I remember a story came out and said Phantasm 5 is coming, and there was a poster and everything like that, and I was like, yeah, we've seen a million... If you look up Phantasm 5 on Google Images, there's like 100 posters for various Phantasm 5 fan films and whatever for the last few years. So I was like, yeah, it's another rumor. And then I was... Basically, my stock thing is always, yeah, I believe it when I see it. And then 2 days later, we got the trailer, and I was like, whoa, okay.
Well, I guess I believe it.
Yeah, I believe it now. Right, exactly. That's insane.
He was just interviewed fairly recently on The Skeleton Crew for John Dies at the End. And I was unfortunately not present for that interview. That Alex and Dan did it. But he didn't talk about it at all then. It never came up.
No. He was interviewed as well at the end of last year at a convention about it, and he gave the same kind of hand-wringing kind of don't think so yet, but maybe in the future kind of answer, when clearly it was already shot. So, but it comes down to what I've always said. Like, lots of people bring up Evil Dead 4, and my always thing is, look, I'll believe it when I see it, and I'm sick and tired of rumors. So I'm glad that Coscarelli just went, well, here it is. You know, here it is. It's here. It's done.
So shut up about it already.
Right. No, but he did it in a way where it's like, people have been asking me about it for 2 or 3 years, so let me see if I can do something with it. And it's not a remake, thank fuck, and it's not, it's a continuation and apparently the end of the series. So apparently it's going to try and answer a lot of the stuff of Part 4. It looks like Reggie is still in his ice cream uniform that he wears at the end of Part 4 when he goes through the dimension jump. So, I mean, one presumes that, like the other 4, it'll be a direct sequel. Obviously, the budget looks a lot less. It looks like it's been filmed on video. But all the main cast are there, and Coscarelli wrote and produced it. So, I wish he was directing, but apart from that, I'm excited about it. Yeah, positive about it.
Yeah. And, I think I don't know how many more years we have left with Angus.
I know, that's really sad.
He's getting up there, and I know that at cons and things like that, he really, for several years now, he's been spending the majority of his time sitting down, unless he has to stand up for some reason. I think he's actually sitting down between shots too. So he's getting up there. I mean, he was already up there.
Right.
He's, like you said, he's been 85 forever.
I know, it's insane.
He's been 85 for like 35 years.
Yeah, because there's like 20 years between the first one and the fourth one. And you wouldn't necessarily know it to look at him, especially considering how much flashback work there is in the fourth one. And in fact, you see it on Reggie, and you see it obviously with Mike, and you see it to some extent with Jody, who's like put on weight and cropped his hair and whatever. But Angus, I mean, apart from his hair going completely white, looks pretty similar throughout the whole series. It's quite incredible. So I don't know what he's eating or whether Coscarelli is like pumping him full of something to keep him alive, but bless him. He looked great in John Dies at the end. He looked fine.
If you cut him, he'll bleed yellow goo.
Yes. He is eternal. He is the master. It's great.
Maybe he's eating Dannon yogurt. Did you ever see those old commercials where it's like, oh, there was like I think she was like an old gypsy. She was like 100 or something, and she's like, I love eating Dannon yogurt. Just ask my mom. It's like, whoa, what? So yeah, I don't know. I'm glad though that he was still around. I'm glad that he's able to bring this series to a close. It wouldn't be the same, and I would say not even bother if he weren't around to do it.
And I think it's nice that because they've always, I mean, apart from Part 2, they've always been more or less independently produced, that Coscarelli seems to have the rights to all of it, like the music and the character names and all the rest of it. You get so many of these things where they're like, well, we can't use the music and we can't use this character and we can't use that. And then franchises never really kind of recover from that. The nice thing about the Phantasm franchise is all things are in place for every film, except the James LaGrosse, Mike Baldwin Part 2 thing. But I mean, everything else is kind of in play. The CUDA is still around. So. Which is,
it explains why when you could get all the other 3 on DVD, you couldn't get the second one for a very long time. It wasn't released until way later after the other 3. And then of course now Phantasm 2 is out on a Scream Factory Blu-ray, but the other Phantasms are not available on Blu-ray because they're still owned by Coscarelli. So it's the Friday series suffered from that. 1 through 8 was Paramount. After that, New Line took over, but they couldn't use Friday the 13th, so it ended up being Jason Goes to Hell and Jason Takes Manhattan. I mean, not Jason Takes, Jason Goes to Hell and Jason X and, Freddy versus Jason, but they couldn't use the Friday the 13th part. Right. And then they eventually all came together. And then we had the 1 through 8 were released as a box set, which I never bought because I had them all individually.
I had all the double discs that were released just before that box set.
I never wanted the box set because I don't like incomplete box sets. And 1 through 8 is just not good enough for me. So I was very pleased when they all came back together finally. And I remember when we made this announcement during the news segment on Devour that all the Friday the 13th were now under one umbrella again. Or not again, but forever. I was like, oh, good. Now we can finally get a complete box set. And David, my co-host, was like, that's never going to happen. And then, like, the very next day after we recorded that show, they announced that they were going to be releasing the steel box set of the entire Friday the 13th series, at which I was overjoyed. about. That's what I had been waiting for. So I thought that was funny. He's like, oh, that's never going to happen. And then the very next day, there it was. And I'm like, aha. But yeah, it's interesting how these things, they get mired in legalities and ownership and all of these little issues that the fans, certainly before the internet, you never really knew about it and you never really cared. You never really understood it. You would just always be frustrated that you couldn't get what you wanted to get.
Yeah.
Why don't they do it this way? I don't understand. Why don't they put them all together? Why can't they do it? But it's just they're all with these little legalities involved.
It's like the Pink Panther series. You can't have a box set with Return of the Pink Panther, and you can have all the other ones and Return separately, but there isn't one with Return in and all of them together, which is a shame because it's like one of the second best ones. But
see, doesn't it just make you wonder, like, why, for the good of the series, for the good of the fan, for God's sake, just come together. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why companies can't work together and go, okay, X amount of the profits of the sale of this box set go to whoever owned part 4 or whatever it is, and then and then the rest of the profits go to us. I don't really understand when it's all fairly simple maths why that can't be done, but it is. Yeah,
1/4, for instance, with the Phantasm series, 1/4 would go to Universal, 3/4 go to Coscarelli. The end.
Yeah.
How hard is that?
Except that, of course, that would only be in this country, because in the UK, once you start getting into foreign markets, it gets really confusing. Universal produced Army of Darkness, for example, in America, and has the right to release Army of Darkness in America, but then Anchor Bay got it in the UK, so the UK was the first place where you could have all 3 Evil Deads together. But then MGM own it in Asia, and there's a whole extra special edition MGM version that's completely different again. The same goes for the Phantasm series. 2 you couldn't get here in the UK because it was a foreign territory. Someone owned all 4 of them, so we got they're almost vanilla discs. There's a couple of extras. There's an intro and some home movie stuff and things that are transferred over from the Laserdisc because they're copies of the Laserdisc. So they're not, the versions that I have are not like the special edition uncut, all bells and whistles. It's just the first 4 you could ever get hold of on cheap DVD. They're all like budget titles in the UK.
Didn't you also have that really awesome Sphere set?
When Anchor Bay got the right to all of the Phantasms in the UK, then yes, they did release the Sphere set. I never owned it because it was always too expensive, and I've never had the money around the time to pick it up. But and it's still, as I understand it, the best set that's out there. I know the new Blu-ray has a bunch of stuff on it, but it's still the best set that's out there if you can find it on eBay or whatever.
And it's irritating because a lot of times I find several years ago, probably 8 years ago, I did an article on top 10 horror collector sets.
Yeah.
And that was in there. And it was so frustrating to me because I can't have it.
Right, because it's Region 2.
But
although Region 2 players are more prevalent now, I think. So
yeah, now it's not that big of an issue. Back then, it may as well have been the Holy Grail. But it is frustrating, and that's how we fans, and I think horror fans in particular, we love to collect.
Yes.
We want to collect every version of everything that there is, and we want to, I have every version of Jaws that has ever been released way back to VHS.
Yeah.
Like the original VHS release. Every single DVD version, and on Blu-ray. That is the one film that I will, umpteenth dip on. I will constantly buy. If a new version of Jaws comes out, I'm going to own it. But I'm the same way with Dawn of the Dead.
I have about 8 Dawn of the Deads, and I have. There was a time when VHS was still around and DVDs were coming out that I had, and I don't have my VHS here in the US, but in the UK I have something like 9 copies of Evil Dead 1, 4 or 5 copies of Evil Dead 2, and 3 or 4 copies of Army of Darkness on VHS. Plus I had variety of DVD versions of them, and I've continued. I now have the Blu-rays of all 3 as well, because that was my collector series before they went and remade it, and I fell out of love with the filmmakers in the series. That was my collector's series, and I still kick myself to this day because another film series that I love, which is the Sleepaway Camp series, has that. Or had that great Anchor Bay Red Cross edition that came out in the UK, again, not something that was available in the US. And I saw it on the shelf years ago, never picked it up, and now you can hardly get hold of it unless it's like secondhand. At least the Sphere set for Phantasm is still like out there. You can pick it up for about $40, I think, on Amazon and kind of get it shipped over here. So it is still available. But the Sleepaway Camp one is nigh on impossible to get hold of, unfortunately.
It is, and that it virtually is the holy grail of collector's editions here. You'll always hear because I have my survival kit.
Nice.
I have my Sleepaway Camp survival kit, but it's not the Red Cross edition.
Right.
And that's what everyone, It's anytime anyone sees one, they're always like, "Is it the Red Cross one?" Damn it, no.
Right.
But yeah, and we end up owning so many copies of so many things, but it's so sad that there just never is the definitive version because there's always a reason to have something else. Either there's a documentary or a new commentary or something that you can have on one that you don't have on another, and you end up owning so many different versions of it. It is frustrating and it's money consuming, but at the same time, if you love film like people like we do, then it's also kind of fun to see what can I get. I have this VHS copy of Dawn of the Dead, and that's a special edition copy that I will never get rid of because it has on the big 4-disc pack. It has one of the ads for the Monroeville Mall, but the VHS copy that I have has an additional ad for the Monroeville Mall that I have never seen anywhere else, and so I will never get rid of that VHS copy because it has that one little thing. And the sucky part about watching anything collector on VHS is that if you want to see any of the extras, you just got to fast forward to the end or watch them. With DVDs, it's great. You can hop all over the place. But if I just want to watch one thing, I have to fast forward through the whole movie or whatever. So it's kind of a pain. And I much prefer the DVD format for things like that. But I'm not going to get rid of it. I mean, I have a ton of VHS, but I still have a huge VHS collection. And I don't know what'll ever happen to me if anything happens to my VCR and I'm not able to get another one because I have a lot of stuff that either you can't upgrade because it's never been made or I just don't want to. Like I have some things that I love having on VHS, but it's not really worth it. I don't watch it enough to warrant upgrading. But I like having the copy, and I will occasionally dust it off and watch it. But unfortunately, the sad thing is that there are a lot of things that just have never made it to DVD.
Right.
And
something like 50% of titles have never made it to DVD.
And that's really sad.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Especially when it's one that I want.
Of course. So let's quickly run through. So Mark McCurley on our website says, I think the posters show that no matter how much the characters in the movies change, the tall man remains constant. Yeah, I know, but I would like to see Reggie and the shotgun on one of the posters. That would be nice, don't you think?
Yes. I think he has earned it. I think he belongs there.
Certainly. We'll wait and see. I mean, is he even on the Ravager poster, the Part 5 poster? I don't know.
I don't think so. I haven't. Well, there was one version that I think I saw that had heads on it, but it wasn't like I don't think I've seen a full version of it.
Not the official version, no. Bowles McLean, filmmaker, friend of the diner, he says, very excited about Part 5, but the first will always be the best. And then he puts, boy, on that bit there. Let's go over to the other one. Okay. So Robert Long, he gives us a nice big. He's my Baltimore peep. My friend in Baltimore. He does all the Don Dola stuff. He's keeping Dola alive in Baltimore, along with George Stover and Leanna Chamish, and they're great people. And Robert Long answers the question. He says, "What do you think it's all about?" He says, "It is my favorite film franchise of all time. It is my favorite horror movie." And this is coming from a diehard slasher fan. To love such a non-slasher horror movie must say something good about it. And then he says, do you think Don Coscarelli knows or is constantly winging it? He says, having done lunch with Don and Angus back in 2001, I can tell you that in the end, the story makes complete sense. The clues have been there since the first movie, but it takes some logical thinking to figure out this seemingly illogical movie series.
Oh, so I was wrong then.
Well, that's what he said. I don't believe that. I mean, I believe that he said that, and I believe that Don Coscarelli said that, and I believe that Don Coscarelli may now believe that, and I believe that there are some things that from the first movie have been carried through totally without question. Do I think that as he was making each movie, he was consciously aware of that? No. I don't think so. Because part 4 even turns on the head that the idea that they're aliens. All of a sudden he's from the past and it's dimension jumping, and all the fact that we've looked into the other world, the red planet or whatever, that's all ignored. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's actually a point that I was going to bring up when we got to the 4th one, is that you're right. Is that by that point, it is not even ever mentioned again. And then we go to the past and we see Jedediah Morningside as this, mortician from the way back. But the whole...
Who seems to be hanging with the grandmother from the first movie, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. And so it is kind of, it's, to me, because at that point, the series was back in his hands. So that's, it's well within his, completely. So it's well within his right to call back to that if he wants to, but he doesn't. He doesn't make that jump. And of course, I don't know, did they actually say space or planet or anything in the first one, or was that just an assumption?
No, that's just an assumption because
that's what it looked like.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is that could be future Earth. That could be either another dimension, or that could be a dimension to the future.
No, that's true too.
With the sky all red and the sun's burning out, and
so I guess because it's never explicitly said, he can pretty much do whatever he wants with it. But
except that in the first one, the house does disappear. That's the other thing we didn't mention, is that the funeral parlor seems to disappear, much like the house in Rocky Horror does at the end.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So I don't know. Anyway, Robert goes on to say, we wait for number 5, I guess. Robert goes on to say, Phantasm 1 is my favorite. From the pure innocence of the 1970s small town to the musical score to the atmosphere, it has never been topped. He says, I'm very excited for part 5. It'll be great for Don to give the series a nice wrap-up and send-off. As for Reggie Bannister not being on any of the posters, he says Reggie's story is mostly brought forth in Phantasm 2 and 3, but the tall man and the spheres will always win out for taking the top position. In the first movie, it is the two brothers' story. The second movie is Reggie, Liz, and Mike's story. The third is Reggie and the young kid story, and the fourth is mostly Mike's story with a little bit of Reggie's. Reggie has been one of the main characters, but it has been basically Mike's story from the beginning. Yes. Yes, it has been Mike's story from the beginning, but I feel like Reggie has been the action protagonist throughout the series.
Yeah, and he even does the voiceover,
yes,
to when they do the flashbacks and all that. He tells the story.
And he's the only person who's ever put his hand on the two prongs and stopped the tall man from being able to get through or whatever.
Ah, yeah.
Reggie is the key to everything because he had the tuning fork.
I honestly feel like, even though, yes, it was Mike's story in the beginning, I honestly feel that as we go later into the series, it more becomes Reggie. But, I mean, Mike is still very prominent, of course, but, Reggie is the one constant. And maybe that's just because we had a slip of the actor in the second one, and Reggie has been Reggie Bannister throughout. Maybe that's why I feel that way. But.
Sure. And I was surprised, actually, considering Mike comes back for the third one, and then for the first half of the third one is then out of it again. Like, that was a bit odd. Like, Mike's story kind of picks up second half of the third movie and all of the fourth movie, really, I feel. But even the fourth movie, I'm not entirely sure what he's doing. But anyway, That is what it is. Thomas Weber goes on to say, only seen the first two. The original is awesome. I used to have a job at a mausoleum, and I thought about this movie all the time.
I wonder if he used to wipe up the leakage.
I will write to him and say, Thomas, did you ever wipe up leakage? He'll wonder what I'm talking about. Mark Burns says, having owned the Sphere DVD box set for some time, I feel it's time to finally watch parts 3 and 4. Yes, of course it is, Mark. Why haven't you watched them yet? My favorite things about Phantasm, the tall man, the killer spheres, the weird Jawa-like minions, the instantly recognizable main theme by Fred Myrow. It's a unique film franchise, that's for sure. And then we had the last question, which I put up today. Did you want to read those out? Because you had those up, I think, Jamie?
Yes, I do. Okay, well, your question was, that you were recording with me, and then if they're lucky, we'll read them out. Well, it looks like they're lucky.
Yeah, you go ahead and read out whatever you like.
Okay, well, I did call dibs on at least one comment, and that is that Dr.Action is a legend. He has a great wit and many nipples.
He does. He has more nipples than most people.
But
he's the scaremonger of podcasting.
That's not something you hear every day.
No, it's a James Bond joke for all you Bond heads out there.
But then he says, did you want me to talk about Phantasm? Well, in that case, he's viewed the first two and enjoyed them very much. Well, I'm disappointed that you haven't actually seen 3 and 4. Get on that.
Yeah, get on it, Doc.
Jason Ritter says he's never heard it until Phantom until today. Well, that's good because we're not talking about Phantom. We're talking about Phantasm. So.
Oh, Jason Ritter, you big fool.
Okay, well, JEA Wallace says nervous or excited about 5. Well, we've both answered that. I think we're both excited about it. I said I had dibs on the nipple comment, taking care of that. Yep. Mike Murphy comes in. Because he always does.
Because he can't stop his mouth from flapping.
I love you, Mike. He always says, well, he has actually had the doc's nipples on his show twice. Well, that's good to know. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Robert Long says, all hail one of the greatest horror series ever made.
Yes.
And I'm glad to see people coming out of the woodwork with that. Like I said, the beginning of the show, this is a series that does not get talked about nearly enough as far as I'm concerned. So I'm glad to see that there are some lovers out there.
Robert was an extra on Bubba Hotep. He was in the crowd, and he did, I don't know if it was officially commissioned or not, but the poster that I had on the wall that I put up on Facebook,
nice.
That's a 20th anniversary poster that Robert designed and painted. There's only like 300 available, or no, maybe there's 1,000 available, and I have 301 or something like that. Anyway, it's a limited edition, and he sells them on eBay. So if you want a Phantasm 20th anniversary poster, they are available on eBay by the wonderful design artist Robert Long.
That is, I saw that too, by the way. That's really nice.
Yeah, it's a kick-ass poster.
Mike then chimes back in and says, Robert, the best. Not sure about that, but very good. To which Robert says, he says it's one of the greatest, not the greatest. And, which is true. Let's see. Oh.
Gary Hill is just saying that he's going to send me an MP3, yeah.
Yeah. And Philip says, I love the Phantasm films. They're so wonderfully surreal. And I think that is a beautiful way to describe them, because they are. He's not sure about the sequels, but the first film is supposed to take place inside Little Mike's head, right?
I don't know. No, I don't think it is, because I think throughout the next 3 movies there is allusions to the fact that... Oh, I don't know, because they work out in the 4th one that Bill Thornberry is in fact a minion of the tall man and not the real Jody at all.
And then there's the whole, and he's the whole, I died in the car.
Right.
So, I don't know. I mean, it's, if you isolate just the first one, then there is, we do have that ending where Reggie's like, no, it was just a dream. Jody died in a car accident. But then little Mike goes upstairs and gets nabbed in his closet. Now, that could also be inside his head. We don't really know, I guess. I'm not sure I've never been completely settled on how and what was real and what wasn't real about that. But that's what I love about this series, is that
right.
you don't really have to.
Reggie never has to be told again. I'm like, he's on board. He's on board again. In fact, Phantasm 2 starts with him fighting off Jawas in the house and going after Mike.
But he actually goes upstairs, and there's that great scene where he's dragging the Jawa down the hall, or it's where he takes out the Jawa, and I was like, now just scrunch down and put on the hood and pretend to be one of those, and then you can sort of infiltrate everything that's going on. He doesn't do that, though. He tosses him down the stairs quite comically, but
yeah, I don't know if we need Reggie the midget in the movie, but I mean. It would be interesting. If he was midgeted down to size, his ponytail would drag along the floor. He'd probably trip up.
That'd be a dead giveaway.
Yeah.
He then goes on to say, did anyone else who saw the Avengers recognize the old man who stands up to Loki? He's the priest in Phantasm 2, which, yes, you have pointed that out.
Affectionately named Toad-Faced
And
Man.
you mentioned, the Toad-Faced Man. And there you go.
So that was it. Excellent audience feedback. Thanks ever so much for everybody writing into the show and letting us talk about stuff and go off on different tangents. So let's go on to part 3.
Well, because part 3 just sort of starts. It doesn't really matter. I mean, as we see him, he's there by the car, and he's getting attacked by Jawas pretty much right away, and he brings out the 4-barrel shotgun, which. I was like, oh, look, there that is again. Isn't that how the third one starts, or is that the fourth one?
I can't believe I just watched these like 2 days ago, and
that's it.
I can't remember.
I just watched the third one right before this show.
The third one is the one with the zombies and the pink hearse, and
it has where he picks up Nicholas from 8 is Enough and not quite Grace Jones.
Yes, that's what he picks up.
Phantasm. The delusion of a disordered mind, a phantom, a spirit, a ghost. For most of his life, a young man has been pursued by a sinister force. Now he must learn the secret of the ultimate evil. Now it is time for you to come back. This one doesn't scare you. You're already dead. Phantasm 3. Coming soon.
So the third one, Mike... Where does Mike go in the third one? Because Mike is not there at the very beginning, is he?
No, they're separate... Oh, crud.
Yeah, IMDb's not going to help me. It's just going to say, Mike and Reggie continue to hunt the mysterious tall man. Because Reggie ends up in a small town. I mean, the third one all centers around the fact of this idea that the tall man's been going from place to place, basically. Taking people out of the ground and all that sort of stuff. And it seems a bit like the first half of part 3 is kind of a retread of part 2 almost. I felt like 2 and 3 kind of blended until the zombies showed up.
Yeah, and then because we get with the zombies showing up, we get the introduction of the little kid whom I love when he shows up and he's got the Frisbee with the blades on it. I just think that's fantastic. And you've got those 2 guys who are like, hey, you stop. And he's like, look, I'm going to throw this. Don't make me throw this. He throws the Frisbee, slits the guy's throat. Then the other guy falls in the hole. And I love that little kid. I do. He's fun to me.
I like the way that Reggie tries to get rid of him. I also like there's an interesting thing in part 3 that he pulls up, and there's a woman who's actually been looking after the orphans of the other town, almost as if they're aware that stuff is going on, but no one else is doing anything about it.
Well, and before that, when he stops at the gas station and he asks for directions to this town, the guy at the gas station says, "Oh, you don't want to go there." And he's like, "Why not?" And he's like, "Oh, there was a chemical spill a while back." So I don't know if this is a story that they have concocted to tell outsiders, or if this is a story that this, does this gas station man know the truth, or does he really believe that there was a chemical spill and that you just don't want to go to that town?
Right. I think it was at the motel, isn't it? Or maybe it was, I forget where it was. I think it was at the motel that was going on, and the guy, because he was going to go off and I completely forget now. I know that... I know that there seems to be like a through line in these films about the idea of these small towns in America kind of becoming ghost towns, which happens in real life, because of the vastness of the country and because there isn't sort of the public transport network, as it were. A lot of these small towns, once whatever they were set up for in the first place, they kind of do die on the vine. I mean, Colorado and places are full of sort of ghost towns and things from the gold rush and other
well, the Brady Bunch went to one. Well, it works in Children of the Corn.
Right.
You have like right in the middle of Nebraska, you've got this little town that falls off the map and no one seems to notice.
Yeah. I mean, it happens all the time, I think.
And in things like the Crazies, in the newer version, there's this town can get completely wiped off the map by the government, and no one's really going to know. I mean, it's just this happens all the time to little towns, whether it's in film or it actually does really happen. Towns just dry up. In Creepshow 2, there's a town that was once a thriving town, but it's just everyone has moved away. The whole reason they started is no longer valid, so the town just dries up. And so you have these empty shells of towns around. And it just so happens that in this series, they all look the same. Whenever they're driving down the main street of these ghost towns, they're eerily similar. And I wonder why that is. But it still amazes me that it could happen. Even though I know that it does happen and that there are shells of towns out there that used to be thriving communities but are no longer, it just seems weird to me that an entire place could just become empty and obsolete.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's kind of scary in a way. To think that you walk through, it's almost like Chernobyl or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
no, completely. I mean, there's, wasn't there a town or something that recently just went up for sale for like $100 or something because there was nothing left in the town at all apart from like a prison and I forget what it is. It's happened really recently. Since I've lived in America, I've seen news stories about towns that have just gone under that have populations of like 2 or 3 people left.
See, that's so sad and bizarre.
I was just actually I was interested. I was looking up, trying to find some more stuff about part 3, and it was interesting that I saw an interview with Don Coscarelli where he apparently said that during filming he had run out of ideas after finishing the script for this sequel and had no clue which direction would the story take in case there was a 4th Phantasm movie. He jokingly added that if Phantasm 4 was ever filmed, it would actually be just to make money out of it.
Which I really don't find that difficult to believe because I think because with the majority of part 4, we do a lot of flashbacks. We do a lot of, and it almost seems like there was footage that was never used in the first one that now he can use.
There was
in the 4th one, and that takes up quite a bit of space in the 4th one. I don't really feel like when I'm watching the 4th one, like a whole lot actually takes place. We spend a lot of time going back and forth, and they spend a lot of time apart.
Well, the 4th one seems to be a confusing one because the 4th one to me seems to be saying, okay, I'm going to answer a bunch of your questions. But by doing so, he also creates scenarios in which a bunch of questions are suddenly brought up. because he goes against a lot of what has happened previously. I mean, the weird thing about it is I feel like 2 and 3 blend together, and I feel like 3 is almost an attempt to redo 2, but almost as he wanted to do it originally. And there's a whole bit at the end of 2 with Mike with a silver ball in his head and all that, which I don't for the life of me understand. It seems to be hinted at in part 4 that Mike is being set up by the tall man to take his place.
Yeah, because you do get that one vision of him actually dressed as the tall man, you know, in part 4, and sort of standing like the tall man would, and like he has replaced him. In the third one, you get this whole sequence where he's laid out on a gurney with the ball on his head, and he's talking to Jody, and he's like, teach me, I have to know. Like, I need to know these things, teach me. And so then Jody goes into this whole explanation showing him how he takes the corpses and transform, like he pulls the brain out and puts it inside the sphere, and then puts the sphere inside the head of the little Jawas. And so you get that whole bit of explanation there. That and then at the end of 3, he's got Mike actually has the silver ball in his head because the tall man was doing the drilling thing on him. Which, by the way, when they came to save him, when he was on the gurney and the tall man is doing this drilling thing in his head, and you see the yellow crap coming out, and then the kid and Reggie and Grace Jones run up, and they're like, they're going to save him. Reggie's like, you know, he cocks the shotgun. He looks and then he starts to load the shotgun. I'm like, we're not doing this very quickly. I mean, he's still drilling whatever he's doing right there to Mike's head. And like, I'd be a little bit more of a hurry. Then they do the whole spear thing and shove him into the freezer. And but then Mike goes and looks in the mirror, and he sees he kind of peels back the skin and sees the sphere inside his head, and then he tries to cover it up. Which,
but I don't know. Does that mean that Mike has always been... Like, because Jody seems to have been completely taken over by whatever the sphere is when it's implanted into him. And his spirit or his corpse or whatever it is has been completely taken over. And as we keep hearing, like, the transformation is complete kind of thing. Whereas Mike is constantly fighting the transformation, as Reggie tells us at the beginning of part 4. Like, he's driving off into the Badlands trying to fight this transformation that's going on. But we never really... Like, what transformation? Like, I don't know what that really means, other than he has a sphere in his head and his eyes go all metallic.
Yeah, he's got those metallic mirror eyes, which I think look really cool.
Oh, that's an awesome effect.
That's a beautiful effect. But yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what is going to happen to him. Or what is happening to him.
There seems to be like these grave robber guys now as well that he has in part 3, and they're the only time they show up. The boy disappears at the beginning of part 4, even though Reggie is safe. Because at the end of part 3, Reggie is pinned to the wall by multiple balls.
He makes a reference at the beginning of part 4 that Mike left him pinned. You know, when actually Mike was already gone at that point when he got pinned. He didn't, or I think that's what he says. I might be remembering that incorrectly. But, I mean, he refers to himself being pinned to the wall, but we never see how he got down.
Well, we do, no, because the tall man shows up, and the tall man says, now is not your time.
Oh, that's right. And he's like...
and all the balls come down, and he's let go. Well, because they have to resurrect Reggie every film.
Every film, right, yeah.
And then
it's never over.
Right. No, it's not. That's my favorite line in the whole series, is when they're like, it's all a dream or something, and then the tall man shows up and goes, no, it's not.
Yeah, that's really nice.
I love that. And you're right, the other line is, it's never over. Which feels like it probably isn't. And this is why I think he was winging it. I mean, he might have an intention now, and he might be able to look at what he's done and stand back from it and go, okay, I can connect that, and that. But I don't think that for 20 years he had this idea of what he was working towards at all. Especially not if that quote from part 3 is to be believed.
Right. I was just about to say the interview that you were referring to, and he clearly says, nope. I got nothing. And if a fourth one comes along, it'll be just to make money, which you can kind of get that feel because, like I said, there's a lot of recycled. There are a lot of recycled stuff. It feels like like when a sitcom does a clip show, right. When they're trapped in a situation and they're like, oh, remember that time when and then they start showing clips from previous episodes. That's what 4 reminds me of.
Well, the fourth one is the fourth one. I actually. Weirdly enough, the fourth one is actually my second favorite one next to the first.
Wow.
In a weird way. Because what he did was, the first film came out to almost 3 hours, his original cut. And he cut a whole bunch of stuff out to get it down to 90 minutes. And a lot of the scenes that he cut out, he uses in part 4. But I think he uses them successly.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I'm glad we have them.
Of course. And I think that they're the only thing that frustrates me about part 4 is that it to some extent, it doesn't even attempt to end. It doesn't attempt to close anything off.
Mm-hmm. Wrap it all up, which you expect it to do.
Yeah, and it certainly doesn't sort of answer a whole lot either. But I think it's a more... Despite the fact that it's open-ended, I think that it's a more solid kind of A to B film than parts 2 and 3, which are a bit more freewheeling and a bit more all over the place and a bit more, okay, we've got gravediggers, now we've got zombies, now we've got people with spheres in their head, now we've got this, now we've got that. Like, it's a bit more all over the place. I think you could almost get rid of 2 and 3 and watch 1 and 4 back to back. Almost. Obviously, you need the establishment that they are out on the road and that they've been going place to place to place. And you have to have the establishment that Mike has been interfered with by the tall man and his body is undergoing a change and that, Jodie is undergoing a change and so on. But apart from that bit of information, 2 and 3 they don't really give us very much at all.
They give us what I refer to as these Swiss Army spheres. Suddenly the spheres that originally they just clamped onto the head and drilled in and shot out blood. Then they get eyeballs, they get saw blades, they get they get all kinds of he's upgraded them. He's gotten all the attachments, and I think that's kind of fun and inventive where he went with those.
Definitely. I think it's more of the crowd-pleasing stuff that he had in 2. And I think it's more successfully done in 3. And I prefer that the original cast is back. And I like that there are dream sequences and weird bits and flashbacks and voiceover and things like that. I'm certainly more... In terms of crowd-pleasing action sci-fi horror, 3 is better than 2, definitely.
I agree with that. I think 3 is my second favorite. I actually like them. If I were to order them, it would be 1, 3, 4, 2.
Right.
And
I just think 4 has something really.
4. I just feel I'm fumbling with 4 because I don't feel like it really brings anything around. Like it really completely closes off anything. I don't really feel like it accomplishes a whole lot. I feel like we spend a lot of time doing flashbacks, which I really enjoy watching it. I just don't feel like it accomplishes so much,
No, but I'm not sure what any of them
that's a very solid point.
Accomplish. But I find that the mood of 4 is closer to the mood of 1, and I think that there's some really pleasing imagery in 4.
Yes, I agree with that too.
And I like seeing the flashback, and I like some attempt to kind of delve deeper into what's actually going on. But I agree with you that 3 is a good time. 3 is a good time for all. I think it's unfortunate that 3 follows on from 2 and precursors 4 because you couldn't really, like 2 you could probably watch by itself, like I said, as a sort of crowd-pleasing midnight movie. 3 you can't really watch by itself. There's too much going on, and it's too much of an obviously middle film. Mm-hmm. I think you could watch 1, 3, and 4 and probably not bother watching 2, except, of course, the great Reggie bits with the weapons and stuff.
I have to say, too, one thing I love about Reggie Bannister throughout this series is how realistic he is as far as his reactions to things. He makes some great facial expressions.
Yes.
And he's constantly getting yellow goop in his mouth, which is really gross.
That part in part 4 with the zombie cop is horrible.
But typically, if you take, for instance, a Raimi film, just pick one, anyone, doesn't matter. It could be Evil Dead 2, could be Drag Me to Hell. It doesn't matter. But whenever anyone has a bunch of crap flying in their mouth, in one of those films, they invariably just have this, like, their mouth is wide open and they're just taking it. It's just like, I'll just, swallow it all, and it's really gross. What I love about Reggie in the Phantasm series is anytime he gets any of this stuff like poured on him or squirted on him or what, it happens in 3, it happens in 4, and he has this like he closes his mouth and he's like, ew, and he tries to block it and he wipes it away, which is a normal thing. That's what people would normally do. You don't want stuff in your mouth that's not supposed to be in your mouth. I love his reaction. I love when he flips off the zombie cop, because I think that's a completely realistic reaction. He's like, yeah, fuck you, I got you now. You can't get me now. I'm in the car. And then he realizes that the keys aren't there. That's a great bit when he goes round to open the trunk to find a guy all like folded up or collapsed up or broken legs or something in the back of the thing, screaming "Help me!" And then he gets back in the car to escape the zombie cop, only to realize that the keys are still back in the trunk. Yes, yeah, and he has these great reactions when like a Jawa will come out of nowhere and he blows him away. And at 3 there's this great sequence where he's out and there's some trees and he just shoots up into the trees and then you just see midget drop. Midget drop. Midget drop. Midget drop. And I'm just like, I love that. One shot, he takes out 4 of them at a time, and it's great.
But he's hopeless at reloading and never has any more bullets.
Never has any more. Well, it keeps, like, he has that great bandolero in the second one that he just ends up, he takes it off in order to get away from someone.
It gets sliced in half by the chainsaw.
The chainsaw slices it off him.
In the goofiest bit, like in the bit where he makes the most sort of Bruce Campbell kind of goofy face, which is where the chainsaw comes really close to him and he goes, whoa, like that, and then the bandolero falls off him. It's
you actually have the
the kind of weird, like, whoa, what now?
But he doesn't pick it up. And then after that, he throws down the shotgun because he no longer has the ammo. And I'm like, it's right there. Just go pick it up. It's on the floor. You just had it.
Yeah.
Never seems to have.
I feel like the most successful kind of cinematic hero moments that Coscarelli has actually managed is in Bubba Hotep. I feel like he's not 100% comfortable with, like, crowd-pleasing cinematic hero moments. I think he likes it. I know he reads like a lot of zombie fiction. I know like he likes sort of mad, goofy stuff. I know he's a big fan of Stephen King. I know that he likes a lot of sort of fan favorite stuff. I just don't know how kind of comfortable he is doing it. I think he's better and more successful at doing like what the fuck weird moments than he is doing the bum, 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 like hero moments. I think Raimi is far more successful with a character like Ash than Coscarelli is with a character like Reggie. I think Reggie brings it. I think that there are the props and the weapons and the stuff that help him out, but I don't feel the same elation or connection to them quite that you do with something like an Ash or Shaun in Shaun of the Dead or whatever it is, you know what I mean? Like whoever these schmoes are who's that, or even Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween 7 when she picks up the axe and goes, Michael, or whatever. I just don't think that he gives I think he has all the bits in place. I just don't think they work as successfully. I still love it, but I just I kind of see the process, if that makes any sense.
Well, and I think that's what makes me feel like Reggie is a really believable human. You know, he's because he doesn't just get all badass all of a sudden and everything happens to work right and everything hits home, and you know, he fumbles. Right. You know, and he's kind of clumsy at times, and he doesn't always know exactly what he's doing. There's the scene in the third one where he's trying to load the shotgun and he has nothing. He can't load it. And so then the chick has grabbed the spear, and so then he's like, okay, well, they dip the spear and make it cold, and then they go after the tall man. So I think to me it gives it sort of a realistic feel. Like I think I can relate to Reggie easier than I can relate to an Ash. I love Ash. That's, you know, I love him. I'm not saying anything bad about him. I just he has an elevated hero quality to him that you don't find in an everyday person. I think Reggie feels more like an everyday guy who's stuck in this situation. Yeah, Ash becomes like a cinematic hero. Ash becomes like a Charlton Heston or something. He becomes like what we've seen before. Whereas Reggie, like you say, is more sort of what we'd all be. And I do love, like, what I love in the third film the most, I guess, is sort of, I don't know why, but I call it like the Reanimator sequence, I guess because it's all around there's a lot of like metal gurneys and purple and green lighting and stuff like that. But all the stuff where Mike is on the gurney and you've got the cryogenic chamber and the freezer room and Jodie and the tall man and the spheres and all that. I love all that sequence in the third one. I think that's great. That's probably my favorite bit. I think there's some really nice Stuart Gordon style lighting done in those sequences that I really like, and I love the effects. I love the effect of the tall man when he gets the ice through him, and I love the effect with the tall man when he's in the freezer and his face cracks off and all that. Like, I think the effects are great, and of course it's K&B, isn't it, who do most of the effects for the Phantasm series. They don't do the spheres, but they do all the monsters and the zombies and the tall man disintegration and stuff like that. It's all, and they do phenomenal work. So, of course, they're all over. I mean, you name a franchise in the 80s, they've worked on one of them or multiple of them. You know, they're fantastic. And they were responsible for Intruder, even, which had some really. I mean, that was early K&B effects, but there's about 4 movies out there that are claimed to be the first K&B film, like Evil Dead 2 is, and Intruder is, and I think Phantasm 2 is also claimed to be like one of the first there's like 3 or 4 movies out there that everyone's like, oh yeah, that was the first K&B film. And But well, you can't all be. No, I know. Yeah. Right. Well, Evil Dead 2, that's not technically K&B. They're working under Mark Shostrom. They're technically, but it's the first film in which all 3 guys work on all 3 things, because obviously Nicotero had been on Romero's movies before that, under Savini. But no, they do some great subtle work in Phantasm, and of course they continue to work with him on Bubba Hotep, and then I think it's just Robert Kurtzman just went on to do John Dies at the End. He did the meat monster in John Dies at the End, because Kurtzman's gone off and set up his own thing, isn't he, in Ohio.
Phantasm, the delusion of a disordered mind, a phantom, a spirit. A terrifying motion picture experience. For 20 years, the secret of the spheres has remained a mystery. Now, 2 innocent people are about to confront the ultimate evil.
The final game. I'll begin.
sci-fi horror with balls. Phantasm 4. Boy. Coming soon.
So Phantasm 4 then, because I mean I love the effects of 3 and I love the zombies of 3 and I love all that, but Phantasm 4, what do you make of like all the stuff with the multiple gates and the revelation that it was really like some guy in the Civil War era, I guess that's meant to be Morningside, doing experiments with vibration and stuff like that. Do you see it as dimension jumping or time traveling? What do you see it as?
I think it's I guess it ends up being sort of a mixture of both. You know, you definitely see some time jumping as we go back to when we first meet him, like way back. But it's also, and they actually mentioned dimensions, and I guess it's clearly they're just all over the place. One thing I really love about that is that the little portals change to fit the area and the time. So, like when we go back to Morningside, he's got those really elaborate big portals.
Yeah, it's like a Tesla coil type thing.
Yes, and that's funny because when I was watching the movie, I actually I was like, oh, and now we're in Tesla's workstation. You know,
right, exactly.
we're in Tesla's laboratory right now because that's immediately what sprang to mind. But I like the fact that he did that he took the time to give us those little different. Just make it look different, to give it its own personality, and it has this big crank wheel thing on these big cogs on the wall that you have to turn around. I like that. I kind of think that's a fun thing. I do think it's kind of wild in a way because when you step through, you never know where you're going, and they just they're in and out and they're back and forth, and it's kind of hard to keep up with at times. Because you've got Jody, is he dead? Is he alive? Is he dead? You know, is he bad? Is he good? Is he, what's happening? You've got Mike over here and Reggie over here, and they're not together for the majority of it. Then they do come together. Then you've got flashbacks and present day, and it's really kind of jumbled and mishmashy in a lot of ways. But I like it. I like the fact that he played with all of that. And I think he does it pretty successfully. One of my favorite aspects is that he uses a lot of the footage that was shot, for the first one. So what we get when we do these flashbacks in the fourth one is we don't get a lot of recycled stuff that we've seen, before. We get new footage, and then which is really fun because you're like, whoa.
Especially like stuff like the hanging of the tall man and all that sort of stuff. It feels like It feels literally like Coscarelli went back in time and filmed it. Like it's quite well done in terms of mixing in old footage with new footage. Like it's pleasing. It's not jarring.
It does, and it's not forced. It's not shoehorned. And like you pointed out, his initial cut of the film was super long, so he did have a lot of footage to play with. He could pretty much write this film to fit the footage that he had. But and obviously it's clear that he didn't, de-age everyone and right. Shoot this stuff, and he didn't replace them with actors who looked similar, or anything like that. This was footage that was actually filmed back then. I love that. Even the little scene, like there's a little scene where Reggie's driving down the street with his ice cream truck, and Mike hops on the back and steals some ice cream out of the back, and Reggie just kind of looks and he sees him running off, and that's a scene that I don't even know where it would have fit necessarily in the first one. I guess sometime in the beginning.
I think it's meant to come after where Jody says he follows me around all the time, and you see him running after the CUDA. Jody's on a bike. You see him running after Jody's bike, and then he kind of gives up and looks all annoyed that Jody's ridden off. And then I think it immediately follows on from that, I think.
Okay, so he just goes from following Jody to following Reggie, and then stealing the ice cream. But
I think it's also in 4. It's meant to, because all of a sudden because they've established Jodie's possible evilness, or possibly not to be trusted, or possibly mind controlled, or whatever, the idea that Reggie and Michael are now the one with the bond. Like, if you notice suddenly in 4, he can sort of communicate with Reggie. I don't know if Reggie's hearing it. I know that he's saying, you know, Reggie, don't follow me, and blah, 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 in voiceover. I don't know if Reggie can hear it or whether Michael's just trying to contact him. But it's part 4 to me is all about, like, Reggie and Michael's bond. Because it's about reestablishing that. And it's about... because a lot of the scenes from flashback is him and Reggie. And then there's that really ambiguous one with him and Reggie in the ice cream van driving along at night, where Reggie picks him up on the street. And Reggie's like, did you hear that? And the kid's like, no, it's just the wind. But it's not the wind. Like, you heard a voice. And
I love that we have that. I love that he was able to do that. That footage existed, so that he was able to create this. And I think he did it very successfully.
Yeah, you know? I think if there's this... if there's this big plot that Coscarelli obviously told our friend Robert about, I think Phantasm 4 is where he sat down and worked it out. Mm-hmm. I think Phantasm 4 is where he sat down and went, okay, so let's really try and give form to this. Now, okay, he clearly sets up a lot of questions that he doesn't answer, so I can only assume a 5th one was always on the cards, or maybe he was going to continue it in book form or something. I don't know. But it seems to be where he's trying to get his ducks in a row. Like, 2 and 3 are very freewheeling, as I said before, whereas 4 seems to be the one where he's really trying to, like, give it some form and shape again.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I do. And as I said earlier, I don't necessarily feel that 4 accomplishes a whole lot as far as things don't feel neatly tied or anything.
Right.
I still enjoy the ride.
I love the ride, and I love the imagery. And I love the sequences, and I like Reggie, and I like the fact that he puts on his ice cream uniform again. I love that.
Yeah, it's great. I love the feel of it. I love the two of them when they are together in this film. I love that. I just really enjoy it. I enjoy it more so than probably a lot of people out there. And I can kind of understand that. And on one hand, there's a part of me that's screaming, why don't people talk about this series more? Because there are so many things going on here. It bounces from being, I think, truly scary, because I think the first one is solid and very scary. And even though it's still confusing in places and dreamlike and surreal, there are some vivid, scary images there and that stay. The score is amazing. Why aren't people talking about this more, you know? And then on the other hand, there's a part of me that goes, well, because people probably don't know what to do with it.
Right.
You know, I think that people have difficulty wrapping their minds around it because people on the whole like things that are neatly tied and like things that are easily explained, and and I don't mean to I'm not attempting to generalize and call people stupid. That's not what I mean. I think that
you're right. There's a certain satisfaction that comes from we got the bad guy in the end, and everyone can go home for cake.
You know, people don't. There are a whole lot of people out there who, when they watch movies, they don't want to have to try to plug things in and use their imagination and think about things. They want it to be spelled out for them. And this series just does not do that. It doesn't just, it's not A to B to C to D. It doesn't, there's no clear line of thought. But I think that's one of the beauties of it, is that it just sort of meanders.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Coscarelli... Yeah, no, completely. It's a lot of fun. And I think what Coscarelli is really good at doing... You see, I'm 9 times out of 10 with those people. Like, I want to watch a movie, and at the end of it, I don't want to go, huh? Like, as weird and wonderful as some of the films I watch get, and I'm a big Gilliam fan, and I like some of Lynch's stuff and whatever. As weird and wonderful as it can get.
Okay, you're a big Gilliam fan, but you don't want to go, huh?
See, I get all of Gilliam's films. Like, I understand all of Gilliam's films. Do you know there's only one bit in all of Gilliam's films that make me go, And that's in The Fisher King. And there's one scene where they're all walking to dinner. And Perry has been done up and put in his suit and had his hair slicked down and everything like that. And they're walking along some sidewalk somewhere. And a big bearded guy in a fireman's hat and a big red motorbike rides up onto the sidewalk into the crowd of these four people and goes, "Lydia," really loudly. Says Lydia at Amanda Plummer's character really loudly with this big booming echoey dubbed on afterwards voice, and then rides away. Nobody comments on it. Nobody says who it is. Nobody, like, there's no reason for it to happen. I have no idea what that... I don't know what is going on there. Everything else in Brazil or Thailand or
I was going to bring up Brazil, I think. I know, and I do get it. I do get it. It's just that I find with his films what's... I think the themes and what he's attempting to say is pretty clear. It's just the imagery that he uses to get it there is sort of, it's otherworldly and hard to wrap your mind around at times, just because it's not something you see every day.
I think there's a way to do surreal and there's a way to do artistic where you can watch it and get something strong from it without necessarily needing everything answered. And somehow Coscarelli manages to do it and just keeps hold of stuff enough that you're never completely lost. Like, your brain is having fun almost trying to slot the pieces together. In the meantime, other stuff is happening. And I think my only problem with the Phantasm series, which is now going to be answered, is not that there's all these questions, or not that it's surreal, or not that it's based on atmosphere or anything like that, is that there isn't enough of it. Like, if any movies should be 2.5 hours long, it should be the Phantasm movies. And they're all not. They're all like neatly like 80 or 90 minutes long. And in that time, rarely if ever answer anything. And you kind of want, I almost want like a big, dense, academic tome written about them. Yeah, my other favorite thing about it is that it is a genuine series. And while 2 is kind of light on exposition, over the 4 movies, it is an ongoing thing. And I think that maybe helps as well, because it means that you end part 4 and yes, you're like, okay, what's going on? But you're also excited for the next bit and the next bit. It's like a proper serial. Every episode or every film, something different is happening. But also I like that Coscarelli is just having fun with it. I don't really like the idea that there's some big overarching thing, because I think it's got to the point where whatever you explain at some point is going to get a bit convoluted and confusing almost, whatever you try and explain. It's almost nicer that there is just this stuff going on, because in life there is just stuff going on and you have to kind of figure your own roadmap through it. And the films almost demand you to do that as well, while at the same time allowing you to just have fun with the chainsaws and the zombies and the midgets and the spheres and everything else.
Well, if you look at the first one and then you say you look at the third one or the fourth one, there is no logical reason that we would now have zombies, based on the original themes and what was going on in the first film. None of that really, it's not necessary, because, there's a clear cut, he's taking dead people, he's squishing them into midgets, he's putting them in barrels, he's, then using them as slaves. Okay, there you go. But nowhere is it necessary for there to be zombies involved. Nowhere is it necessary for him to be killing people for that to be, and we talked about that earlier, Right. But I love the fact that this stuff just shows up. I mean, it literally just is.
Yeah, There's just is.
No explanation for it. It just shows up.
In the sense that there's got to be something like if you go with the fact that it's aliens taking over the world, or if you go with the fact that it's something that Morningside released or unleashed in some strange dimension that is now trying to take over our dimension, like whatever it is, and whether he's been possessed by it or whether he's behind it or whatever, there's got to be sort of, if we're assuming there are multiple dimensions, there are multiple things leaping in and out of it, and that there is some sort of sense behind it, that, you know, why can't there be some, like, why can't he be a necromancer? I mean, him being a necromancer makes more sense than him having silver spheres, because at least he runs a mortuary, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. I mean, you're pretty much just willing to accept anything with this series, or at least I am.
Yeah,
you know, anything he would throw at me, I'd be like, okay, whatever. Why not?
And they're nice, quick movies. Like I say, they're 90 minutes, but they don't feel it. They feel almost like they're just hour-long things that they kind of race past, and they're full of enough sort of bells and whistles that you can really sort of embrace it. And like you say, the score is great, and the acting is great. And I really like the fact that when Michael Baldwin came back, he's still a good actor. He didn't come back and you go, oh, God, now as an adult he stinks up the joint. He actually comes back, and I actually like him as an actor. I wish he was in more stuff, you know.
I think so, too. I agree with that. And that does happen quite a bit. You'll get used to a child actor. You don't see them for a while. You see them again as an adult, and then you're like, oh, they should have just stayed in oblivion. They should have just kept themselves ambiguous, because it doesn't translate well. But
Corey Feldman, for example.
That's a really excellent example, actually.
Because I love everything he does up until the Burbs, and then everything post-Burbs when he finally becomes an adult. I'm like, God, Jesus Christ, what happened?
And he sort of becomes a caricature of himself in a way. And particularly in, like, the later Lost Boys films, it's just the character that he's portraying, the same character that he portrayed as a young teen in the original Lost Boys, but he's still got he still uses the gruff voice and the whole demeanor, and it just doesn't work as a grown up.
Well, he has Seagal syndrome. He has there is a lack of irony in what he's doing. He's like earnest about everything, which is a real problem because he's doing some really silly things, and there is a sort of lack of self-depreciation and a lack of humor in general, and you know, it's, you know, he believes his own bullshit. It's exactly like Seagal. He believes his own bullshit. That's the problem where some of those 80s and 90s icons are kind of at now, where they kind of believe their own press, which is sort of a bit unfortunate, because you kind of like the ones that came out of the 80s and 90s with a bit of a healthy sense of humor about themselves, you know.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Reggie has this really horrible habit of getting involved with these women, and then they turned out to be bad for him, you know.
And the only one he doesn't get involved with, which is Rocky, who he tries desperately to get together with, is the only good woman he meets the whole series.
Right, and so that's interesting too. That the one who turns him down is she's the only one that in the end doesn't then turn out to be, like, you know, a monster, or, you know, the tall man in drag, or I don't know, something.
I mean, the part 4 is disturbing. When he sees her breasts, like, moving up and down, he goes, far out. I'm thinking, who would say far out? It's clearly something disturbing is going on under the sheets. Reggie's all like,
I can't imagine how that could, in what scenario that would be a good thing. You know, what do you think is going on under that shirt?
Right, exactly.
That would cause that to happen, that would be a good thing. You know, I don't get it. But that's a great effect, too. I really like that.
Interesting that the Lady in Lavender is coming back for part 5. That's really interesting.
Yes, it is. And
because she's not a big part of the first one. I mean, other than she's seemingly a way to lure men to their deaths, but that hasn't happened again. Well, it hasn't happened with her again. It's happened with other women again that he sent after Reggie. But then also the Lady of Lavender seems to be an apparition that he can put on. Like that, it seems to be the tall man is also the Lady in Lavender in the first one.
Yes, which is kind of disturbing too.
Very disturbing.
Yeah.
Very disturbing.
Although
it explains some of the dates I've been on in my life. But
there you go. And that's when I refer to the tall man in drag. Is that he just and I'm thinking, are there things we need to know about the tall man? You know, does he have these hidden desires that he's just, he's not talking about very freely?
Also, that's the other thing, is if he is really just an old dude from the South in the Civil War era who happens to have been jumping around dimensions, how is he able to morph into a woman in a lavender dress?
Where did that power come from? I don't know. It's just one of those unanswered things that we just sort of accept, don't we? I mean, we just take it.
And there are hundreds of them as well, because every time they kill him, another one comes through a portal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's yet another thing. We just take it. We just take it, and we're okay with it because it's okay to be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, the only explanation is that, it's all just, the only explanation is, that's just how dimensions work. That's the explanation. I mean, there can't be any, you know what I mean?
There can't be anything really based in real science to explain it because it's just one of those things. I will say that when I was watching the third one, and we do have a really strong female character who even when he says, when she has the nunchucks and he's like, oh, you're really good with those. And she's like, well, the Army taught me how to survive. These just keep me from being too close, or it gives her a little bit of a distance advantage, being able to use those. And then, she does some really phenomenal things, we see her kicking quite a bit of ass. And there's this one scene where she's hanging off of a balcony with the nunchucks wrapped around the pole and she's holding on to them. And so she's clearly very strong physically, but she's also very strong, just empowered. And she is a very pervasively strong female character that's the only time you really see that in this series. And so that did stick out to me when I was watching it. It stuck out to me that she was one. It didn't really stick out to me that there weren't any others.
It would be interesting. I always like to see it in movies, but I guess if you're going to have a situation where Reggie becomes the hero, there's not really a place necessarily for... unless they brought Rocky back in part 4, unless she became his sidekick, I guess. But they can, she drives away, at least the boy, they just completely ignore. He's in the room at the end of part 3 when Reggie is being attacked by all the balls, and in part 4 he has just disappeared.
And not mentioned.
No, not mentioned, doesn't come back at all or anything.
Just doesn't, there's no reference, he's not in any of the flashbacks, it's just nothing. And,
it probably doesn't help that Phantasm 4 was made 4 years after Phantasm 3, and that boy probably didn't look anything like he did in Phantasm 3. But
well, that's true too.
Thank you ever so much for being on the show. Do you feel like we've done everything and covered everything we need to cover and talked about
I've
everything?
taken up a huge amount of your time, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate you having me on the show and how much fun I've had discussing all the things that we've discussed. I've really had a hell of a good time. So.
Well, I'm glad. Thank you very much. And you're, of course, welcome back on anytime you like. And also tell everyone listening where they can find you and links and things like that.
Devour the Podcast is on the League of Extraordinary Podcasts network. My other shows can be found at horrorphilia.com. And then if you go there, you can just find the shows there. If you're interested in finding me personally, you can find me on Twitter at Maven1974. And on Facebook, I'm /Maven1974. You can also reach me via email at Maven1974@gmail.com. I like to keep it easy for people.
Very cool. All right, take care.
Have a good evening.
You too now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And then there are Second Unit Podcast men. The podcast you've just been listening to is part of the Second Unit Podcast Network. Find all of our shows at 2upn.blogspot.com or on Facebook under the Second Unit Podcast Network. Our fantastic list of shows include Drunk on VHS, We Came from the Basement, No Budget Nightmares, The After Movie Diner, Dr.Action and the Kick Ass Kid, and Bloodbaths and Boomsticks. Take one podcast into the shower. Don't be a blithering idiot, Alan. We can give you the multiple podcast cleansing system all in one place that your hair deserves. Our programming is available across all platforms from iTunes to Podomatic, TalkShoe to Stitcher, so you have absolutely no excuse. Listen today, and a free naked person of your choice will be shipped from Thailand to your door in a matter of weeks. The Second Unit Podcast Network, bringing you the action and leaving the boring stuff to the other guys. Bloody hell. Who does a girl have to blow around here to get a decent beverage?